Good morning. Bills training camp started officially yesterday down at St. John Fisher University. The Bills had 4 players sit out of the first practice due to injury. Tight end Dawson Knox with a hamstring injury. Tackle Spencer Brown with a back injury. Center Cedric Van Pran Granger with a calf injury. And wide receiver Laviska Shenault with a lower leg strain. Bills running back James Cook was present and accounted for yesterday as he took the field with the team despite his ongoing contract negotiations with the Bills. Bills head coach Sean McDermott, GM Brandon Beane, and quarterback Josh Allen all spoke with the media yesterday, along with some other players as well. You can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL, Giants head coach Brian Daboll confirmed that Russell Wilson will be the starter for the team, but did say that players like rookie Jackson Dart and Jameis Winston could still battle for the starting role. NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported yesterday that free agent wide receiver Keenan Allen has been garnering interest around the NFL in recent weeks. The 33-year-old wide receiver had 744 yards and 7 touchdowns last season on 70 catches with the Chicago Bears. Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski said yesterday the team is hoping to figure out their starting quarterback early in camp. Former first-round pick Kenny Pickett started off training camp with the Ones yesterday and is locked in a quarterback battle with Joe Flacco. Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen said yesterday that star cornerback and wide receiver Travis Hunter will be flip-flopping from offense to defense in the same practices this training camp. Hunter played both sides of the ball during his time with Colorado last season and was selected 2nd overall by the team this past draft. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Very peaceful. It is very peaceful right now. We're live at St. John Fisher. Jeremy and Joe back here for Day 2 training camp coverage. Brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's a place to buy a case. What's your outlet? For Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. You know, just a nice casual ride in. Beautiful today. Mm-hmm. Going to be hot. Going to be very hot. Today I wore
You wore the long sleeves that were needed yesterday.
I wore the hoodie I needed to wear yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's already 75 this morning.
It already feels sticky out.
Yeah, and the feels like temperatures around here in Rochester are going to be flirting with 100.
Yeah. It's already, you needed that yesterday.
Yeah, it's sticky.
Today, I did not bring one thinking, I don't need it. I stepped outside, thought, I don't need it. And I got here, I'm like, I definitely don't need it. Definitely do not need it.
Yeah.
I kind of can't believe you're even wearing it right now.
It's fine right now. I'll be fine. We're getting buzzed by a bee. All right.
Bee or beetle?
Beetle.
Saw some beetles.
Should I try to get
here.
the beetle on the stream right now in a real close-up? I got the camera.
We could.
Was the first ever?
Our first guest?
Our first guest today is
a beetle.
This beetle.
Yeah.
Let's see if this does what it's intended to do. It's a beetle.
Yeah, he's just hanging out.
Yeah, there it is. What did you think of James Cook's performance yesterday?
Or his very shiny cleats?
Do you think that Brandon Beane indicated any sort of movement on the contract? No, I don't know. I was have to say a beetle.
Yeah.
All right, you never know what's going to happen here at St. John Fisher.
Yep.
Do you know what kind of beetle that is? Were you watching?
Is it a Japanese beetle?
I don't know. How many other kinds of beetles do you know?
I don't know. I thought all other beetles are just beetles.
I feel like
there's the Japanese beetle, and then there's the beetle, and that's it. And then there's Paul McCartney, and there's John Lennon, and
there's like a
Ringo
dung
Starr.
beetle. I feel like I know something about a dung beetle.
A
existing.
dung beetle.
I don't know.
No, I could not identify. I can identify the Japanese beetle.
Okay.
But that's just because they are a nuisance, right? By a lot.
Yeah. They buzz it. They like fly into your face.
And they're like, they stick onto everything and they end up in the house more than any other type of bug except maybe just like a fly, I would say.
Yeah, it is.
They somehow work their way in there.
It is fly season. It's fly season and drain fly and fruit fly and bugs and
types of beetles. How about the weevil?
Oh, all right.
The weevil? How about a ladybug is considered a beetle?
Yes.
And a ladybug is only not gross to people because of the pattern.
Because it's pretty. It's good luck.
And that's literally it.
It's good luck.
A tiger beetle, a longhorn beetle here looks very
menacing
because the horns are literally longer than the body of the rest of the beetle.
Okay. Well, good morning. We're back at St. John Fisher, day 2 today. Matt Beauvais will join us at 7. Sal Capaccio joins us at 8 o'clock. And Joe Brady, Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady, speaking around 9:15. The governor is also going to be here today, from what I understand. So,
yes,
a press conference with Governor Kathy Hochul. So, and that, from what I'm told, that is happening where we are. And I don't mean St. John Fisher.
In this pavilion?
I mean on this slab of concrete.
I thought she would be over in the tent.
I think we might be watching a press conference behind us while talking on the radio, while listening to Joe Brady.
What is the... Okay, right. Well, we'll be carrying Joe Brady, so never mind.
Yes.
I was gonna say, what's the funniest thing we could be doing on the air while the governor is 20 feet behind us doing a press conference?
There's a lot of answers to that. I don't know what the correct answer is.
I think evaluating the Jaguars' backfield for fantasy football purposes would be a funny way to do that. How about LaQuint Allen getting some first-team reps yesterday?
Shout out Syracuse Orange. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Big,
tall running back.
Speaking of which, Carl Jones, we're looking for him next week. He'll join us here.
Yeah.
We're going to talk some Syracuse football.
I don't think there's any Syracuse guys here. Players. There's a lot of media guys.
Yes. Players.
I'm reminded of that, I feel like, on a daily occurrence.
Yeah, you know what? The Bills don't have any Syracuse players, and it might be why they haven't won big.
Do they?
Let's put it out there as a theory.
What about, didn't they have a defensive end for years that was from Syracuse?
Kingsley Jonathan.
Is he hanging around still?
No.
No?
Kingsley Jonathan was a Syracuse guy. Yep.
All right, well, that's the most recent one then, I guess.
Yep. Well, all right, day 1. Recap of day 1 of training camp. There's a bunch to get to. It's kind of funny. You're one day in. You don't know what everybody's watching. You don't know if when we're out there on the field and we're watching Allen and the ones go against the defensive ones in the red zone. Maybe somebody else is watching the twos on the other side. Maybe they're watching drills here or there. And I leave practice. I'm driving home. I'm listening to One Bills Live with Chris Brown and Steve Tasker, and here are observations. And they were exactly the same observations that I have. So it's almost like the thing that happened yesterday, I heard a lot of people commenting on. And a couple of those things were, 1, Christian Benford looked awesome.
Whew.
And
every rep they took, it felt like Benford was dominating whoever he was covering.
Benford looked awesome. And I thought Max Hairston looked pretty awesome, too.
Yeah.
And Trey White looked good. The defense, if it's possible to get this kind of evaluation in day 1 of practice, the defense looked sticky, and Allen did not have easy windows to throw into. It's a red zone day. I also learned over the course of listening to One Bills Live that Sean McDermott and this offense, they often like to open up with a red zone day so guys aren't doing 50-yard sprints, right? You're just getting back into the swing of things, so let's get guys slowly ramped up. And red zone was the order of the day, and the defense looked sticky. So, was it day 1 of practice? Yes, but good day. It was a good day.
It seemed like a good day. It seemed like that's a position where the Bills, if you want to include the entire secondary, that group kind of let down the team last year.
Yeah.
In many spots. Remember the Rams game and the Lions game to a lesser extent, and then the playoff game against Kansas City. Like, there are big notable games from last year where, yeah, you probably lost that game in part because your secondary couldn't do much outside of Christian Benford. And then in that Chief game, we saw what they looked like without Benford. And right now, the two guys that were at corner in that AFC Championship game are no longer on the team. And everybody yesterday, it's day one, it's only red zone, looked pretty great. And I would say Hairston looking as good as he did was the most encouraging part of it, because you see the athleticism like jump off the page pretty quickly.
For sure.
Like he got beat on one route by, I think maybe Samuel was the one who beat him off the line of scrimmage. And this is red zone. This is not, it took 40 yards for him to catch up. This is working within the 10-yard line. He got beat on the line of scrimmage, and by the time they got to the end zone, Hairston had caught up to him. Like, you're not on 90% of corners in the league. Maybe that's 5 yards of separation and enough for the quarterback to find you. With this guy, it's by the time you reached the goal line, he already had recovered from the jump off the snap that he had lost. So you saw that. There were a couple plays where he jumped it. It almost looked like he jumped it too quick. Like he arrived too quick at the ball. It did remind me, and people are going to like this comparison. It's first day of training camp, and this can happen. A couple plays reminded me of McKelvin a little bit. Leotis McKelvin, who was a crazy athlete too, he never got better at this. He would always be in position to make a play, and he would never make the play. And there were like two plays yesterday where Hairston got there, and the ball just passed him, or he just didn't get his head around to it. But first day training camp for him, I mean, you would expect or hope that he can, be a guy that will make those plays.
Yeah, maybe the timing gets there. The thing about Hairston, I'm on the Hairston pick six watch for camp.
Oh yeah,
it's a matter of time. Like the way that he is aggressive, predatory, whatever. I just feel like we're going to see that. We saw pick sixes around the league at training camps. Mm-hmm. Again, these are all practices.
How about Jackson Dart's first pass in training camp for the
Giants? First attempt, Tua's first attempt got picked off. I don't know if it was taken back to the house, but yeah, Jackson Dart a pick six on his first attempt. And, if you pick off Josh Allen, I feel like, who told this story? Was it Micah Hyde or Jordan Poyer or somebody told this story this offseason that the players, the defensive backs, they have a pool or a pot to try and pick off Josh in practice to motivate guys. And, if you're at a training camp practice and you're a rookie quarterback, listen, I'm sure you're happy to get a pick off anybody. It's probably difficult to intercept Josh Allen. Even in practice, he's not one of these guys that just kind of throws it away and makes these big mistakes. He didn't make a lot of mistakes in the season last year. So the defense, we'll see how it all comes together. I didn't feel like yesterday was really a good opportunity to get a look at the defensive line. Sanders, Bosa, anybody like that. Like, how are those newcomers coming along? I don't know. For some reason, it just felt like a day to watch the receivers against the secondary, and whether that's Benford locking guys down, whether that's Kincaid and where he's going to get open in the soft spots in the zone. Like we saw him make a couple of plays.
He was the one guy in the red zone that I noticed a couple of different times.
Yep.
Josh Palmer too. It looked like a little bit, but Kincaid caught a couple of touchdowns that were really nice.
Yeah, you gotta have a certain level of some of your highlights are a receiver catches a touchdown against a graduate assistant who's covering him in a hoodie.
Or one of those Kincaid touchdowns was one where in real life Allen might have got sacked.
Yeah.
Or knowing Josh, maybe he would have thrown him down and extended it 5 more seconds to make a play. But it was one where they might have, it was like really close to them whistling it dead, and they probably could have.
Yeah, and there's no, not just whistling it dead, there are no flags being thrown. There's one play where I think it might have been Zach Davidson is in the end zone, and it's like the push-off of push-offs to try to make a play.
Yeah.
So, it is what it is. It's practice, but it was a good day yesterday. It was kind of fun to be out there. Good for the Bills to be back, and vibes are high out here. It's Fisher, and it's sunny, and football season's kind of underway. And whether it's checking in on Bills training camp or if it's just watching the highlights from around the league, like now, it's kind of a fire hose of news and notes and what's happening around the league and how Patriots camp is. As I watch Stephon Diggs chase a puppy. Okay, the Patriots had a day where they brought dogs to camp. Whatever you need, guys, right? Whatever you need. So I was impressed with Benford. That's not a surprise. I was impressed with Hairston. Probably not a surprise. And, Josh Palmer has his moment there where he looks the part. He looks the part. And Allen had great things to say about Palmer as well. That budding relationship. I saw somebody tweeted out a photo of those two talking, not just throughout practice, but well after practice. These two are kind of on the field still working stuff out. So that's, to me, that's the one. 3 years for him. I like him as a player. I know he's the third Chargers receiver, but for me, maybe this is a fantasy bias. I've had him a couple times. I always feel like when they went to him, it worked pretty well. And I always thought, why don't you throw to that guy more? So Palmer, if he can gain the trust of Allen, like, we could see something special there. And, what else are you supposed to say? It's day one. It's day one.
How good could it really look, though?
I think it could look
top end.
I think it could top end.
Yeah, what's the top end possibility for Palmer this year? Their budding relationship, they're working together yesterday. He's working with Josh primarily. Like, I'm never seeing him mixed in with Trubisky. Maybe I missed that.
I would say,
how good could it really go?
Top end for him. We had Chris Trapasso in last week on Friday. You were out, and Trapasso kind of came up with a little loose formula of the Josh Allen elevator, which is, what can a guy do when put in a Josh Allen offense as opposed to the offense before? That's Diggs, that's Beasley, that's John Brown, Emmanuel Sanders. And Palmer's career high in targets is 107. I guess I'd want to know, is it possible he sets a career high in targets? Is that possible? Because people are convinced that Shakir and Kincaid are going to continue to own and get a lot of targets, especially Shakir. The thing I want to get to, and maybe this is next week, a conversation with Joe Marino. Anytime we talk about who Josh Allen's going to target, I think back to Joe Marino pointing out before they drafted Kincaid, Josh Allen throws the ball to receivers.
Yep.
And that was kind of the identity of who Allen was. He now throws it a lot to running backs and now mixes in tight ends more than before, and the receivers don't necessarily get the lion's share the way they did in the Diggs, Brown, Beasley era. And the offense is different. But if Palmer is someone that gets open like that, I think he's going to look for him a lot. And if that chemistry develops, I think that could be a big part of their offense. Could he get 100 targets? I know in the everybody eats offense, we are so reluctant to give anybody a huge number. I mean, Khalil Shakir did not have a huge number.
I think he got to 100, though.
He did.
Just barely.
Yep, he got to 100.
Yep.
And anytime people ask me, you think Shakir could get to 1,000 yards? My answer is, of course. They just have to throw it to him. 100 targets for Shakir. Could you have two 100-target receivers on this team, or 100-target pass catchers, whether that's Shakir and Kincaid, Shakir and Palmer, Coleman and Kincaid? Who knows?
I think I would doubt two. I think everything's too balanced, and they run the ball enough to where two 100-target receivers might be tough to come by. It would probably take a guy like Kincaid not progressing for Palmer to reach a level of that. Like, because when you run down that list, the guy he reminds me a lot of is John Brown. Like, kind of what the career looked like before he got here and what the skill set looks like. Man beaters with some speed. Brown was faster than Palmer is. Palmer's a little bigger than Brown is, so it's not perfect. But Brown comes in, and he had 115 targets in that Bills offense. He was the number one receiver. He was not a true number one wide receiver. Like, for his career, that's not what he was. But on this team, that 1 year, he was that because he entered a vacuum. They didn't have any of these, Curtis Samuel types or Shakir. I guess they had that. They had Beasley, right? They signed Beasley at the same time, and he had 100 targets that year too. So that season, you had two guys, but Knox is like very young, rookie or second year, rookie, I think. Not as many established weapons that are already in the system. So Brown's able to enter a vacuum and get 115 targets and get 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns. But Palmer, I think that's in there. I think that is in that player, that skill set, that ability to beat man coverage, that if the offense started really working by attacking defenses last year, there were a lot of games, the Baltimore game comes to mind, Houston a little bit, that dared the Bills to beat them one-on-one in man coverage. Like, all right, this is how we're going to play you. We're only going to keep one safety back there. The Bills got played that way a lot, where they had stack boxes and guys up on the line of scrimmage, and defense is only one safety back there, not to dare Josh Allen, but to dare one of their receivers to beat them deep. And if that's how they're going to play them again, I could see the Bills attacking that down the field with Palmer, the middle range, 10 to 20-yard range passes. And if that becomes prevalent in their offense, he could have John Brown's year. He could have 1,060 yards and 6 touchdowns, and I wouldn't be stunned by that.
Yep.
115 targets he might be a little more efficient because that number just seems a little high.
It's a big one, but what Palmer does give them is something they did not have on the team last year, and he might be the only guy that can do it on the team this year, which is separate on the outside. Like
maybe Moore can do it too, but
sure, maybe, but Moore's not going to be thought of traditionally as an outside guy.
Right.
On the outside, on the boundary, the Bills run their tight formations, but part of what happened yesterday, so Benford, again, it's Christian Benford, so it's a tall task. Mm-hmm. But there were a couple of reps in the red zone as we're talking about how well Benford played and how good he looked, how sticky he was in coverage. 2 of those reps, one he's against Keon Coleman, and if we're being honest, what's Coleman going to win there against Benford? You're going to hope he's going to win a jump ball because he's probably not going to separate against Christian Benford in the red zone.
Right.
And the other one was Shakir, who, really nice player. I also would not think he's going to separate in the red zone on the outside against Benford. Like, not many guys are, but I don't think that skill set is exactly, for either of those two guys, a premium on their ability to separate on the outside. Palmer, maybe he could in the red zone. I don't know. Again, like it's a high bar to clear when Benford is that good. But Palmer gives them separation out there. And think of how many times Josh was looking to Mac Hollins out there, or they're kind of forcing it to Coleman for contested catches. And that's a big thing to watch for. Coleman on contested catches. Mm-hmm. Because he's probably likely, I think, to have to win contested catches because what's the reality? He's going to have to win with his body, with his frame. He's going to have to kind of box guys out. And there were a couple plays yesterday where he's in position to make a catch. It's probably a contested catch, and I don't mean a jump ball, but just a contested catch.
There's a defender
nearby, within
right
a yard.
There.
Isn't that what it is? A defender's within a yard?
Yeah.
I should look up the exact definition of contested catch.
I think that is right, though, but I'll look.
And he did not come up with it. Like the one or two where after the play, if you're sitting down there watching, you might say, like, I'd really like you to catch that ball, Not straight drop, not, oh, my goodness, Stevie Johnson in the end zone kind of drop. Shout out, Stevie. Love you. But just he's going to have to make those catches. He's going to have to be better at – of all the things he's going to have to get better at, that's probably the thing he's going to have to get better at.
Well, unless they change what they're asking of him.
Right.
Which I don't think that's happening. Not this year, right?
No.
They're going to ask him to play on the outside. They're going to ask him to be Mac Hollins. They're going to ask him to win jump balls. And they're probably going to ask him to win down the field. And I still am unconvinced that is what he is best at. If that is what's best for the Bills' offense, then that's what you do, right? Like, you're not catering the offense to do what's best for Keon Coleman if what's best for Keon Coleman is, I already got Shakir to do that, and I've already got Elijah Moore, and I've already got Dalton Kincaid and Curtis Samuel. I've got all these guys that can play on the inside and succeed with yards after catch, which is what Coleman was great at last year.
Very, very good.
The one number, it's not contested catches. If you can find a number from Keon Coleman that he was great at last year.
Yards after catch, overexpected.
Overexpected.
Yep.
And I don't feel like that's his role in this offense. So it's that when I hear that, it's like, for what they're asking of him, he does have to win those types of plays where he's got a defender on him and it's a tough catch to make, but he's stronger and he's got the hands for it and he's got the leaping ability for it. But in this little voice in the back of my head is still saying that's not his specialty. Or it's at least it's not what he has proven to be good at yet.
Well, that's where one thing you do have to do during training camp is recognize that some of the things they show out here are not things they're actually going to ask of their players. For example.
Okay, right, yeah.
Right, like when they show a fade route to KJ Hamler, just because that's what the receivers are running. They're running a certain right. You're like, okay, he's probably not going to run that. Coleman yesterday running like a little stop and curl out route. Like, okay, maybe he's not running that out from the outside. They're running their drills. But to your point about Coleman and what they might ask of him, for Brady, they engineered touches for Khalil Shakir in a great way. Like, Shakir is undoubtedly a great yards after catch receiver, one of the best in the league. And with that, the Bills put him in positions to do that. Shakir's yards before catch, here's a number on Shakir. his yards before catch all year last year it's him and Wan'Dale Robinson is where it might have ended up, and the guys around them are running backs and tight ends.
Right.
Like Shakir gets almost like a running back in the slot kind of treatment or backfield treatment on an average depth of target because the Bills know, listen, you can throw it 2.2 yards to this guy and he's going to make a guy miss and get you some yardage. And he made huge plays down the field with yards after catch stuff. So will they start to do that with Coleman? Like as they look into last season, Joe, and break down the film and dig into the numbers, there's no doubt that they know, hey, you know who was great after the catch all year last year, even though we might be disappointed in other parts of his game? It's Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
So, all right, here's our Coleman yards after catch package. I feel like that's something that we could see a lot of this year once we get to the regular season.
Yep.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. We can tell you what we saw. We're going to talk about James Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Beane. Listen, picking through Beane is a little bit tough because he's so polished. He's so good at being diplomatic and not burning bridges with players that you kind of have to accept all of it as he says he loves everybody. Yesterday he talked about how much he loved Jake Camarda and how hard it was to cut the punter. So he loves everybody. He's really good at keeping those relationships and being friendly. I guess the question is, do you think his tune on James Cook changed a bit? Did it sound like the two of them are maybe closer than in the offseason when he said, yeah, maybe we'll get something done next year? Like, that was dismissive.
Yeah.
And yesterday was far from dismissive. So we'll dig into that and whether or not you think James Cook could, in fact, be maybe an extension candidate before the season begins, because I don't think that's off the table. 803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, live from St. John Fisher. We'll talk with Matt Beauvais of It's Always Game Day in Buffalo with Sal Capaccio. Coming up at 7, Sal at 8. Joe Brady speaks at 9:15. We'll carry that live for you as well. So give us a ring, jump on the chat, drop us a comment, and whatever else is going on. It's going to be a hot one here today from St. John Fisher as it's day 2 of training camp on WGR. Leave practice. I'm driving home. I'm listening to One Bills Live with Chris Brown and Steve Tasker, and I hear our observations, and they were exactly the same observations that I have. So it's almost like the thing that happened yesterday, I heard a lot of people commenting on. And a couple of those things were, one, Christian Benford looked awesome.
Whew.
And
every rep they took,
Yes.
it felt like Benford was dominating whoever he was covering.
Benford looked awesome. And I thought Max Hairston looked pretty awesome, too.
Yeah.
And Trey White looked good. The defense, if it's possible to get this kind of evaluation in day 1 of practice, the defense looked sticky, and Allen did not have easy windows to throw into. It's a red zone day. I also learned over the course of listening to One Bills Live that Sean McDermott and this offense, they often, or this team, they often like to open up with a red zone day so guys aren't doing 50-yard sprints, right? You're just getting back into the swing of things, so let's get guys slowly ramped up. And red zone was the order of the day, and the defense looked sticky. So, was it day 1 of practice? Yes, but good day. It was a good day.
It seemed like a good day. It seemed like that's a position where the Bills, if you want to include the entire secondary, that group kind of let down the team last year.
Yeah.
In many spots. Remember the Rams game and the Lions game to a lesser extent, and then the playoff game against Kansas City. Like, there are big, notable games from last year where, you probably lost that game in part because your secondary couldn't do much outside of Christian Benford. And then in that Chief game, we saw what they looked like without Benford. And right now, the two guys that were at corner in that AFC Championship game are no longer on the team, and everybody yesterday, it's day 1, it's only red zone, looked pretty great. And I would say Hairston looking as good as he did was the most encouraging part of it, because you see the athleticism jump off the page pretty quickly.
For sure.
He got And I would say Hairston looking as good as he did was the most encouraging part of it, because you see the athleticism like jump off the page pretty quickly.
For sure.
Like he got beat on one route by, I think maybe Samuel was the one who beat him off the line of scrimmage. And this is red zone. This is not, it took 40 yards for him to catch up. This is working within the 10-yard line. He got beat on the line of scrimmage, and by the time they got to the end zone, Hairston had caught up to him. Like, you're not on 90% of corners in the league. Maybe that's 5 yards of separation and enough for the quarterback to find you. With this guy, it's by the time you reached the goal line, he already had recovered from the jump off the snap that he had lost. So you saw that. There were a couple plays where he jumped it. It almost looked like he jumped it too quick. Like he arrived too quick at the ball. It did remind me, and people are going to like this comparison. It's first day of training camp, and this can happen. A couple plays reminded me of McKelvin a little bit. Leotis McKelvin, who was a crazy athlete too, he never got better at this. He would always be in position to make a play, and he would never make the play. And there were like 2 plays yesterday where Hairston got there, and the ball just passed him, or he just didn't get his head around to it. But first day training camp for him, I mean, you would expect or hope that he can, be a guy that will make those plays.
Yeah, maybe the timing gets there. The thing about Hairston, I'm on the Hairston pick 6 watch for camp.
Oh yeah,
it's a matter of time. Like the way that he is aggressive, predatory, whatever. I just feel like we're going to see that.
Day 1 of Bills training camp officially in the books. 4 players had to sit out of practice yesterday due to injury. Tight end Dawson Knox, tackle Spencer Brown, center Cedric Van Pran Granger, and wide receiver Laviska Shenault. Bills running back James Cook was present and accounted for. He practiced yesterday with the team despite his ongoing contract negotiation with the Bills. Bills head coach Sean McDermott, GM Brandon Beane, and quarterback Josh Allen all spoke with the media yesterday as well. You can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, Giants coach Brian Daboll said that Russell Wilson will be the starter for the team, but said there still is an ongoing competition with Jackson Dart and Jameis Winston. NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported that free agent wide receiver Keenan Allen has garnered some interest around the NFL in recent weeks. 33-year-old wide receiver had 744 yards and 7 touchdowns last year for the Bears. And at Jaguars camp, head coach Liam Cohen said that star cornerback rookie cornerback and wide receiver Travis Hunter will be flip-flopping from offense to defense in the same practices this training camp. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
As I've said all along, I love James Cook. You know how I am. I want to draft develop, re-sign our own. It is a business. We have to fit it in, not only cash, but cap. And you can look at it and say, well, you go to this website or whatever, they could fit them in if they did this and this. But we also have to look at 26, 27, and beyond, because you can walk yourself into one of those years where you're like, oh man, there's not a lot of guys we can take down in those years. We would have to trade or cut someone that we wouldn't want to lose. So it's not only 2025 when we're doing a deal with him or any other players.
Bills GM Brandon Beane on the finances of James Cook. What he described there is not that far off of the kind of season they're in now. If they wanted to, they'd have to trade somebody or make a move financially. I always kind of wonder about the whole, well, it's not just 25, it's 26 and 27. On the cap and all that and void years in the future and moving forward, I do not think the Bills have to worry about that nearly as much as some people think. In fact, I think most teams don't, but they use it as an excuse. In the case for being here, if they do move on from Cook, it might just be the pleasant way to say, he's not a three-down back, and we're not going to pay him $15 million a year.
Yep.
Maybe. He went on to say a little bit more about Cook and the contract. And again, this whole thing starts from a spot of maybe we'll talk about it next year. Like he kind of almost pushed the conversation a full year. And yesterday, when addressing it, it sounded a lot different than that.
James is a competitive dude. He's a stud. He's a great teammate. He wants to be here. He loves ball. Of course, who doesn't want to get paid? And that's the hard part of this job is I do want to pay them all, especially the ones that you're working hard, they're producing on the field, their teammates love them, the fans love them. Like James fits Buffalo, but sometimes you can't get on the same page or sometimes you're trying to fit it in or, there's times guys have left here that we really wanted. We just couldn't make it work. But I can tell you, I'm hopeful when we're sitting here at next year's training camp that James Cook is out there practicing, still representing the red, white, and blue.
He still sounds to me like a GM that just doesn't want to pay a running back.
I don't agree with that. I think he's potentially. Well, here's one thing I would say about that. He might not pay them. He might not pay the running back. He might not pay Cook.
If he didn't want to pay a running back, like he just didn't believe in paying running backs big money, the last 7 years and this whole Cook situation would look exactly how it's looked.
Okay.
Right? Like he wouldn't come out and say, I don't want to pay a running back. He would say what he has said, and they would do what they have done until his contract expires, and then he would walk away and say, we just didn't want to pay him that much.
Would he say, I hope he's here next year?
Yeah, sure.
You would? You didn't say that about
Gabe? He could.
I don't think he ever said that about Gabe Davis. I mean, that's 2 years ago now. With Gabe, it was, hey, we're not going to negotiate in the media, and we love him, we love him, we love him. Again, you kind of have to remove the we love him.
Right,
because
they say that about everybody.
They say we love him about everybody. So, okay, let me go through and scratch out all the we love this guy. He's a stud. I mean, he went pretty far. He didn't dismiss this player. Mm-hmm. What he's getting at, he was also talking about contact. He and Kevin Meegank and how, well, who's talking to his representation? And he kind of relayed the story that sometimes he's talking, sometimes it's another front office guy. So that paints a picture to me, Joe, of communication lines are open. And when Cook is asked about why'd you tweet $15 million, he didn't really have an answer. I think this whole thing has been framed too much as Cook is unreasonable. Cook is looking for $15 million. And he probably would play for 11, 12. I don't know. When Beane says, I'm hopeful he's here next year, they might have an offer on the table that's 11, and he says, I hope he takes this, but he's not going to say that number. Yesterday, Shope and the Bulldog were talking about whether or not what Cook has done here was worth it or worth anything. And I thought, well, think of anything else. If these athletes, these contracts, they are assets, they're commodities. You're online trying to buy something, and you've bid $100, and you're not going to pay $150 for it, but you've bid $100, and you hope you get it. You hope you get it. If you have to go to 120, you know what? I'll do that. I'll go there to 120. I hope I get it. Saying I hope he's back, to me, sets a little bit of an expectation of they would like to pay this running back. They might not want to pay him that, Didn't they give T.J. Yeldon reasonable money as a backup? I don't know. I can't remember.
Did they give him anything more than they just gave Ty Johnson?
Ty Johnson makes reasonable money.
It's what? It's $2 million a year.
Okay,
$1.5 million. I think it might be maybe $2 million.
Makes
a year.
reasonable money, not a lot. I just
Yeldon was 2 years, $3.2 million, but that was also like 5 years ago.
I do not think that he would not pay a running back. I think if he doesn't pay this running back, people will say he won't pay running backs. But he's got a number here. Cook's making $5 million, and the zero RB strategists, not just the fantasy football level, but in the NFL level, would tell you never need to pay anybody at that position. And I bet he would. I bet he would pay a running back that he says is a stud, great teammate, warrior, dog, his coach loves, is an explosive player. And I also want to say, anybody trying to tell me about touchdown regression, I'm not buying it. Not that I'm not buying that there's not going to be regression. I don't think Cook should get paid on the touchdowns.
Yeah.
I think what Cook should get paid on, if he does, is being a top 10 back in yards over expected for consecutive seasons.
Yeah.
If you were to look for anything to pay a running back based on, would you do that? Well, he doesn't play all 3 downs. Okay. You want to pay a guy that plays all 3 downs but isn't actually good? That's kind of Kyron Williams, if you want to do that. So I think the needle for me moved a little bit more towards Bean and Cook and their sides having open lines of communication rather than just some Cold War where it's never going to get done.
I think it could just be, though, window dressing to make the guy feel like he's valued. And feel like even to show him, to keep him happy, to keep him on the field, to make him feel like you're valued to the organization that, I would pay you. Like, I would want you back. Even if your ideology as a GM and how you build a team would say, I don't want to give this guy $12 million a year. I don't think that with a quarterback contract like I have, and I'm going to have a lot of void year money next year. I saw yesterday the Bills have $30 million just in void year cap hits next year. Guys that like Milano and Joey Bosa and McGovern, they can extend some of those guys. But do they want to be throwing another $12 million at a position where, again, like the only evidence I have in 7 years with this guy as the general manager that they would pay a running back is him saying yesterday that I would like to have James Cook back next year. Or I hope to have him back next year.
Right, Singletary never got there.
Singletary never was a conversation.
But Singletary was never yards over expected. Singletary was never an explosive back. Here you have something that this offense might really need. How many explosive players do they have? Cook, outside of Allen. Cook and Shakir, sure, okay.
Like 1.5 of their receivers.
1.5. And maybe Palmer will find out.
Yeah.
Maybe more. We'll find out. It's just.
But he could believe the way they've treated that position is I'll find another one.
The way they treat that position is I'll spend a high draft pick on it.
Well, right.
I'll spend a good asset on it. And that is going to continue to be where I live, which is I hope they extend Cook so they stop doing that.
And
no more second-round picks.
And I think they'd rather do that.
No more third-round picks.
Yeah.
No. Extend Cook. Keep Ty Johnson. Keep Ray Davis rookie contract. Like, give me 2 more years of that, and I'm fine. And maybe Ty Johnson isn't here in 2 years, but stop spending picks on second and third-round running backs, and fourth round for that matter. All this attention that had to be paid to the defensive line. There might have been some linemen in there that would have been better values.
That's right.
Because if the running back position is so eminently replaceable, then start spending day 3 picks on it.
Yeah.
803-0550.
I don't disagree with you. I just think that their history tells you they're more – I would tell you today they're more likely to use a day 2 pick on a running back than they are to pay James Cook.
Pay James Cook what?
Anything. To sign him to an extension.
$8 million.
Well, he won't take $8 million, so that's not gonna happen.
That's the point. Like that's
not a real offer to me. I could offer him $7 million,
10?
knowing there's a zero. I can go down to the car dealership and offer $10,000 for a Ferrari.
Right.
But I know I'm not getting the Ferrari, so I'm not really even offering $10,000. $11 million a year.
Would they pay 11?
That's about the highest. My guess is that's about the highest that they are thinking about.
Would you say
I still think Cook is acting like that's not. I mean, that's what is that? 30% below what he's really asking for?
It depends.
40% below?
It all depends based on guarantees, right? Like if
That's
if he gets a 3-year, $45 million deal, that's 15 on the AAV and 22 is guaranteed. Like 2 years, $22 million. That's the tough part of it. Would you say he's more likely to draft a second-round running back next year than pay 111?
No, that for 11, maybe I would say that the extension is. But I don't think Cook is taking that.
Is that a Twitter poll? What's a better idea? $11 million for James Cook,
or a second-round pick on a running back?
Not that, and a second-round pick on a running back. Because I'll tell you, I think it's $11 million on James Cook and a second-round pick somewhere else. Mm-hmm. I won't say which position. We won't get into that right now. Sometimes that can be a sensitive subject, and they might not need it. Actually, they don't have any jobs open, especially if more pops off. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Maybe that ends up being line because Connor McGovern leaves, or could be a lot of things.
They could need a center. They could need another pass rusher because in a year their pass rushing room is the same as it was last year, but with Landon Jackson.
Yeah, Bosa gone, Landon Jackson here. I mean, Bosa could resign, but if he does well, he might want some money, and you got to figure that out. Although if he's doing well, an extension is likely for him based on void years and cap hit and all that stuff.
It's $8 million in void years if you don't pay him.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. It's training camp. It's day 2. Matt Bove joins us at 7, Sal Capaccio at 8. We're going to get to the coaches next week, so likely to sit down with Sean McDermott, Bobby Babich, maybe Joe Brady as we go through next week. So, we're here for a couple weeks. Stay tuned. It is Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher. Get you some stuff around the league. Get you some more on these Bills, what was said yesterday. Joey Bosa had some good stuff to say about his health. We also have, of course, Spencer Brown back watch because he was out. But, he's playing Catan, so he's good enough to do that.
Yep.
Josh was talking about a game where, was it Spencer Brown and Dalton Kincaid? Or no, Knox. Knox and Brown colluded.
Yep.
Allen screaming collusion.
Knox, I couldn't see that for.
You think Spencer Brown would?
I think he might be more likely to be the mastermind. I'm not sure why.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe from St. John Fisher on WGR. For Brady, they engineered touches for Khalil Shakir in a great
golf.
way. Like Shakir is undoubtedly a great yards after catch receiver, one of the best in the league. And with that, the Bills put him in positions to do that. Shakir's yards before catch, here's a number on Shakir. His yards before catch all year last year it's him and Wan'Dale Robinson is where it might have ended up. And the guys around them are running backs and tight ends.
Right.
Like Shakir gets almost like a running back in the slot kind of treatment or backfield treatment on an average depth of target because the Bills know, listen, you can throw it 2.2 yards to this guy and he's going to make a guy miss and get you some yardage. And he made huge plays down the field with yards after catch stuff. So will they start to do that with Coleman? Like as they look into last season, Joe, and break down the film and dig into the numbers, there's no doubt that they know, hey, who was great after the catch all year last year, even though we might be disappointed in other parts of his game? It's Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
So, all right, here's our Coleman yards after catch package. I feel like that's something that we could see a lot of this year once we get to the regular season. Leave practice. I'm driving home. I'm listening to One Bills Live with Chris Brown and Steve Tasker, and I got here our observations, and they were exactly the same observations that I have. So it's almost like the thing that happened yesterday, I heard a lot of people commenting on, and a couple of those things were, one, Christian Benford looked awesome.
Whew. And every rep they took, it felt like Benford was dominating whoever he was covering.
Benford looked awesome. And I thought Max Hairston looked pretty awesome, too.
Yeah.
And Trey White looked good. The defense, if it's possible to get this kind of evaluation in day 1 of practice, the defense looked sticky, and Allen did not have easy windows to throw into. It's a red zone day. I also learned over the course of listening to One Bills Live that Sean McDermott and this offense, they often, or this team, they often like to open up with a red zone day so guys aren't doing 50-yard sprints, right? You're just getting back into the swing of things, so let's get guys slowly ramped up. And red zone was the order of the day, and the defense looked sticky. So, was it day one of practice? Yes, but good day. It was a good day.
It seemed like a good day. It seemed like that's a position where the Bills, I mean, if you want to include the entire secondary, that group kind of let down the team last year.
Yeah.
In many spots. I mean, remember the Rams game and the Lions game to a lesser extent, and then the playoff game against Kansas City. Like, there are big, notable games from last year where, you probably lost that game in part because your secondary couldn't do much outside of Christian Benford. And then in that Chief game, we saw what they looked like without Benford. And right now, the two guys that were at corner in that AFC Championship game are no longer on the team. And everybody yesterday, it's day one, it's only red zone, looked pretty great. And I would say Hairston looking as good as he did was the most encouraging part of it, because you see the athleticism like jump off the page pretty quickly.
For sure.
Like he got
Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher. Matt Bovee joining us in a moment. He and Sal have an event coming up. It's today.
Yeah.
So if you're out here in Rochester, Barbill East, 1129 Empire Boulevard, Sal and Matt are taking It's Always Game Day in Buffalo on the road to their special training camp edition live. 7 o'clock tonight at Barbill East. So Sal and Matt will be rocking that from Barbill East, 7 o'clock today. Get there if you can.
You don't need a table either. Like, there's a lot of standing space, the bar area. So
I've not been to that one out here yet.
just come hang out. Yeah, it's nice.
Nice.
Went a couple years ago. I think I've been to all of them.
Yeah.
There's two in the Buffalo area, and it was cool to see when they opened one out here.
Very good. Our thanks to Mike Catalana joined yesterday, and we carried Sean McDermott. Brandon Bean was on WGR live press conference. Anything else come out of that? We talked about Cook last segment. What else came out of that? Quick Hard Knocks point.
Yeah.
Let's get to the Hard Knocks point. If you didn't see the poster, first off, there's a trailer for Hard Knocks, and then there's a poster. And the poster is perfect because the poster is the Bills, right? It's Hard Knocks Training Camp Edition. And who's on that poster? Josh Allen, he's kind of in the back. Deion Dawkins.
Yep.
Greg Rousseau. Terrell Bernard. And Khalil Shakir. And the five of them are, it looks like this poster was made with those five as like a movie poster.
Yeah.
And then smashed right in front of all of them is Christian Benford with his back to the picture.
Yeah.
So there's one name you can read, and it's Benford.
Benford.
And the
Because if a casual NFL fan might, if he was just in line with the rest of them facing forward, they might go 47.
Yeah. Well, they might do that with 50 and with 8 and with. I mean, I don't know that Shakir and Dawkins are as recognizable as Allen, but but you're not wrong there. With Benford, though, it's so funny because it's almost like the picture was made and they're running through the production process, and a Bills fan have been like, "No Christian Benford? Who? Christian Benford. It's like one of the top 5 corners in the league. You didn't put him on the poster? No, nobody knows who Christian Benford is. All right, you know what? Put him on there and put his name on it, too.
Yeah.
Hard Knocks training camp with the Buffalo Bills, Benford. There it is. Like Benny Blankets. Don't forget, that's his nickname. Benny Blankets. If he's going to get
it's Benny Blankets.
If he's going to get more popular, he needs a nickname.
I still think it's the number.
47?
Yeah. How many are we over exaggerating though? How unknown he is for how good he is? Like
no,
how many of the
we're not.
How many of the top 10 corners in the league could we name?
A lot of them. The biggest argument for Benford is not well known enough. Is not even about fans or anything. It's that Jeremy Fowler's rankings of cornerbacks top 10 from NFL personnel people. 29 corners were named and he was not.
And that's crazy.
29.
And those are executives?
Yes.
Then that's insulting.
Yes. Matt Beauvais, he'll be here in a moment when he joins us from St. John Fisher. So stay tuned. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
St. John Fisher University wrapped up yesterday. Bills had 4 players sitting out due to injury. Dawson Knox with a hamstring, Spencer Brown with a back injury, Cedric Van Pran Granger with a calf injury, and Laviska Shenault lower leg strain. Bills running back James Cook was present and accounted for yesterday. He took the field with the team despite his ongoing contract negotiations with the Bills. Bills head coach Sean McDermott, GM Brandon Beane, and quarterback Josh Allen all spoke with the media yesterday, along with other players as well. You can find all that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, Giants head coach Brian Daboll confirmed Russell Wilson will be the starter for the team, but said that players like rookie Jackson Dart will still be battling for the starting role throughout camp. NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported yesterday that free agent wide receiver Keenan Allen has garnered interest around the NFL in recent weeks. The 33-year-old wide receiver had 744 yards and 7 touchdowns on 70 catches last season for the Bears. Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski said yesterday the team is hoping to figure out their starting quarterback early in camp. Former first-round pick Kenny Pickett started off training camp with the Ones yesterday and is locked in a quarterback battle with Joe Flacco. And Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen said yesterday that star rookie cornerback and wide receiver Travis Hunter will be flip-flopping back and forth between offense and defense in the same practices this training camp. Hunter played both sides of the ball in his time with Colorado last season and was selected 2nd overall by the Jaguars this past draft. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
As a receiver, I mean, the separation that he can create with his feet, I think that off the line, just the way that he's really taken ownership of it, and he cares about his craft. He's just an easy guy to throw to, body language, eyes, and I feel like his catch radius is some of the best I've been around.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen speaking about Josh Palmer. Those two getting their training camp debut yesterday.
Has Josh Allen ever completed a pass to someone named Josh?
Ooh, that's a great question.
That is a great question.
I doubt it.
I think I would doubt it too.
I don't think so.
I'll look at a list.
I want you to pull up the trivia.
Terrible question to ask. It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Name that Allen has completed the most passes to. We'll work on that for trivia.
Okay.
Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda line. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Jeremy White, Sneaky Jody Biasi, joining us here from training camp is Matt Bove. Of course, it's always game day at Buffalo. You guys get a good event tonight.
Yeah, we got a big show at Bar Build. The Bar Build location down in Rochester starts at 7 o'clock. Sal says that they are getting phone calls off the hook and that there's expected to be a lot of people there. So I am hoping that's the case. It's always a really fun night, so there should be a good turnout. I know there will be good wings, and that's a nice combination.
Yeah, so
that's a good spot too, though, where you can just show up and go to the bar. And,
well, that's why it's nice. There's so much space there. So even if it is absolutely packed, it's not like you're going to run out of space.
Right.
You're listening to the podcast. There's big speakers. You can hear the speakers from all over the place.
Yeah, 1129 Empire Boulevard in Rochester tonight. The event. The podcast is from 7 to 8. The event's 7 to 8. You guys will be there probably before and after.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know how the media has its evenings here at St. John Fisher. Yes, that's right. That's right. All right, Matt. So day one of camp in the books. It's funny. I was telling Joe, you're out there day one and you're watching whatever you come to, and then afterwards I'm driving home listening and reading, whether it's here you or Matt Perino. Like, all right, what's everyone's observation? And a lot of the observations kind of lined up. Christian Benford looked great, and the defense as a whole. I mean, it's red zone stuff early on, but the defense I thought kind of just looked sticky. It looked like they were faster maybe than years past. It's day one. I know. But that was a good look.
Yeah, I thought Benford looked very good. I thought there were a couple reps, even though they're not in pads, where Bosa just ate. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. Because you want to know what you're going to get out of that guy, right? And I think that's a really big unknown going into the season. And I was also very collectively impressed with 3 of their first 4 draft picks on the defensive side. I thought Hairston had a nice day. He cut off a couple passes, and you could definitely see his speed. I thought T.J. Sanders flashed continuously. And then Deion Walker at one point, we're sitting there watching. He he took 3 guys and individually just shoved all of them together into Mitch Trubisky. And when you see him out there, it's crazy how much bigger he is than even his peers. He is that big. So for him to no longer be restricted, he was restricted for mandatory minicamp, which is the limitations on his injury. So that's a good sign that those restrictions aren't there. So this new wave and this new defensive line that they've pieced together, one day, let's all hold our breath, but so far so good.
So far, so good. And they were working against an offensive line that did not have Spencer Brown. Of course, he's missing. We'll see any sort of timeline on that. But, this defensive front with Bosa, he had some interesting comments yesterday about the atmosphere here. And I think it's interesting. Someone brought up to me the difference between the two teams in town. The fact that there's not a lot going on seems to help the Bills.
Yeah.
Because these players all just hang out together. Here's Bosa saying he hung out with teammates more in 6 weeks than maybe his entire career because this team just basically hangs out and goes to Josh's house. It seems like that's pretty much what it is.
You want the football guys, right?
Yeah.
And if you're a football guy, these are the teams that you want to play for. The fan base is rabid. They absolutely love their team. But also, you're spending a lot of time with each other. And in a market like Buffalo, there are not nearly as many distractions as there would be in Los Angeles or in Miami or in some of these other major cities in the NFL. And some people hear that and they think it's a knock on Buffalo. Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. But if you're a football guy, you want to spend time with your guys. I mean, it almost feels like the Bills have a continuation of training camp when they get back to Orchard Park. They always talk about how much they love spending all this time together when they're at training camp. Well, when they get back, that doesn't really change. The only thing that comes into the mix is now you're mixing in spouses and girlfriends and kids and other responsibilities, but you're still going to make time to be spending time with your teammates outside of the facility, which I think has been a big reason why the Bills have had this, run of success. That and Josh Allen's really, really good. It's been talked about as kind of the players have said this. Maybe Vaughn had said this when he got here. It's kind of like college football here. And I think whenever I hear that, I think about the fan base for that and how the fans are. But that kind of could be all this player stuff too, them hanging out with each other. It's not like they're in dorm rooms next to each other like they would be playing college football. But that could also be what they mean when they say it's more of a college-y type as college as you could get for the NFL. Yeah, and you also think too, these guys, especially in Buffalo, are legitimate celebrities. If you walk around Western New York, you know who let's say 75% of the guys on the Bills, at least the starters are. So they don't go out as a group a ton in public because, they can't just show up to Music on Main or to Canal Fest. Reed Ferguson can show up to Music on Main and he's going to get recognized. Exactly.
Yeah.
So they hang out together at their houses. They have cookouts. I did a story with Connor McGovern a couple years ago. He legitimately, every Friday night before home games, has massive pizza parties with 40 to 50 members of his team, and that is their way of just hanging out with each other one last time before each game. They bring their spouses. They bring their family members. And he said there's a waiting list to get on this because we just sit there and we cook up pizza and appetizers. And you talk about what's better than just hanging out with your friends in a basement, watching sports on a Friday night, and getting ready for a big game a couple days later. I feel like that kind of perfectly encapsulates what the locker room is like.
Day 2 of training camp today. We'll hear from Joe Brady at 9:15. He'll go for his opening press conference. It's funny. This is a reminder that when training camp starts, it's the Bills against the Bills.
Yep.
So if Christian Benford and Max Hairston have a good day, that means the receivers they were covering did not necessarily have a good day. And I saw a little bit Matt Perino, who's over here with us as well. He wrote up about Keon Coleman. I had the same kind of observation that Coleman, there are a couple times where they were not breadbasket drops, but they're contested catch drops. And there's a lot riding on him this year and what he can do in year 2. And I thought, not the best start, of course. Long way to go, but he had some trouble yesterday in some contested catches.
Yeah, I agree, but I also wonder if a player like that, if he needs to be seen with the pads on and with more contact because that is his area of expertise, I'm going to bully you there, you would think that would also translate to when they're not wearing pads, but I wonder how physical he wants to get in those settings. I'm not trying to give him a pass or anything. I think there's 2 big X factors for the Bills. Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman going into the season, and what they get out of those guys I think will tell us a lot about how this season is. So far, I think Dalton Kincaid has had a good summer. I think his mandatory minicamp was strong, and I think he had a good first day of camp. Keon Coleman, I didn't notice it as a bad day. I certainly didn't notice it as a good day, but I also do think
until we get to day 4, which is usually when they put the pads on, that's when I want to try and start seeing which players look good, which players struggle. It feels like these are, the first couple days of school where you're filling out the index cards and asking people a random fact about themselves.
Especially for Coleman, right? Because Coleman is probably going to have to play a physical brand on the outside. He's going to be lined up on the line of scrimmage. Like, these would be the days, like, we'll get to the secondary. In fact, we can here if you want. Like, these would be the days where I'd expect a guy like Max Hairston to stand out.
Yes.
Because he's so fast, and before the pads come out and it gets more physical, the guys with the speed, I think in theory, would be the ones that you would see stand out early.
Yeah, and I think like with the wide receivers, the separators would separate more because they don't have pads on. So I feel like Keon Coleman, we all know, that's not a separator. That's not his area of expertise. So you wonder how much would he be able to shine. And that's the other thing, too. I really came away liking Max Hairston's first day. But then you make the point, they're not in pads. He's already the fastest guy on the team, one of the fastest players in the NFL. He should look really, really fast in this setting, and he did. So that's why that's a good sign. Going back to your point at the beginning, like Christian Benford, he's just so technically sound with everything he does, and to realize that player is still 24 years old. They had the list come out a couple weeks ago, ESPN, the top 10 corners in the NFL. He doesn't even get a vote.
There are 29 corners mentioned, and he didn't get a vote.
That's crazy.
Others receiving votes, him not being on that list
That's
at least,
nuts.
is offensive.
No personnel person even said Christian Benford.
And there's some reasons for it. I was talking to Carl Jones about this a little bit because obviously that's his area of expertise is the secondary, and he was saying the fact that he's a late pick hurts him. The fact that he doesn't follow receivers also hurts him just because a lot of the top guys do that. And the fact that he just doesn't get a ton of interceptions. Some people see that as a negative. You want all of your corners to probably get as many interceptions as possible, but he's just a very technically sound, steady, solid player. But would any of us be shocked if he's one of the 5 best players on the Bills roster this year?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be.
No, I might even expect it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's right.
One of their top 5 players. And then, you get to the secondary as a whole. Benford there. We've talked a little bit about Hairston. I said to Joe, we should be on Hairston pick 6 watch out here just because the style he plays, it's a matter of time before, hey, Maxwell Hairston just picked off insert quarterback here and took it back the distance.
Yeah, and what's interesting, too, is for some reason when you were saying that, I was thinking about a conversation that I had. Now that we have the hindsight of knowing that they've drafted Hairston, it makes sense when we just talked about Benford and how steady and consistent and solid he is. Maybe they're taking a swing for the fence with the upside, and that's what Hairston is, right? I don't know if you need another guy who's steady and consistent and solid. Like, you want your players to be as good as possible, but none of us will be surprised when we watch Hairston jump in front of a pass and take it all the way, but that also might mean he get burned every once in a while. And I think you live with that when you have somebody like Benford on the other side of you, the risk and reward and how they play off of each other. So I think it's not a matter of if, but when Hairston ultimately ends up doing that. And I think for Bills fans, the hope is that he's doing it in games.
Surprising at all that the defense did look more impressive yesterday?
Every time we get out here, Capaccio always reminds me, the defense is usually ahead of the offense early on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but the offense led the NFL in almost everything last year, so I thought they would be more ahead. It was also interesting that Josh made a point after practice to say, hey, everybody, we had a really good day. I was throwing the ball away a lot. I wanted to make sure I protected the football. I almost thought he was like talking to Hard Knocks at that point and being like, hey, Hard Knocks, I'm much better than this, but I didn't want to make any mistakes on the first day of camp.
Joe and I were watching. We kind of commented, again, it's the Bills against the Bills. So if the defense is good, the offense isn't. He did have a lot of scrambly throwaways.
Yeah. Oh, there were so many times when he was rolling out to his right, and that's usually when he is the most deadly, and he just threw it out to the track behind the field. And I'm like, okay, he didn't throw it across his body trying to find somebody who's cutting back into space. I guess in a game it might be a little bit different. But, yeah, I would say overall, the defense collectively, I'm expecting more than I think some people are with the defense. I think they're going to be better than maybe the outside perspective is. Because, you see all these different podcasts and lists about the best defenses in the NFL. And the Bills at this point really aren't mentioned a ton as kind of the best of the best. And I don't think they're going to be the best of the best, but I think they might be more consistent than they have been.
To James Cook. Yesterday, Brandon Beane spoke about Cook quite a bit. We could debate whether or not they're going to sign him, how this ultimately finishes out. Did you think the tone was softer, different, changed than a couple months ago when it sounded like it was a cold war between the two sides.
Yeah, when we were at the owners' meetings in Florida, I was like, okay, I don't think James Cook is going to play for the Bills again after this season. I still don't know if I feel that way, but there was a specific quote from Bean yesterday talking about James Cook where he said, I hope at this time next year we're talking about this and James Cook is out there practicing. And that, perked the ears up a little bit of like, oh, maybe there is a way that James Cook sticks around. I don't know if that means he's going to get a new contract. Maybe that means they franchise tag him, and then we're having these same conversations in a year from now about if he's happy or about if he's actually going to play. Is he holding in? Is he holding out? But I did feel like there was a little bit of a softer tone from Bean's standpoint and maybe a bit more willingness to get something done with Cook if they can find that place where they're clearly trying to meet in the middle. Because I'm sure the Bills have a number in their head. Like, we're not going over this number for a running back, especially a running back who plays 50%, less than 50% of snaps.
You feel it's more likely that this is kind of the end of the contract negotiations and the saga with him being on the field and practicing? Or, I don't know, could the Bills also take it as, all right, he showed up, he's here, let's give him one more offer with a couple million more guaranteed or whatever as a kind of a show of good faith?
Yeah, that's what I think too, and that's why I think Cook did the right thing yesterday to see if maybe that's where it goes. If, hey, I don't want to be a distraction. I don't want to be, the big story of training camp. I'm here to work. And then they've done the extensions a couple weeks before the season several times. So
Dawson Knox right before the season, maybe?
Spencer Brown last year, right?
Deion Dawkins before the last extension that he ended up getting. Like, a lot of these guys have done that right before the season. So maybe they follow suit, and if it's not him, the only other name I think that makes sense, or there's two other names, are Connor McGovern and David Edwards, because I think both of those players they really, really like, and they've got them on really good bargains right now. So if they want to try and continue to solidify that offensive line, those are the other two kind of right before the season extension candidates.
The Cook situation, do you think they'll ultimately come to an extension?
No.
Or do you think that he still is more likely to walk next year?
I do. I think that he's more likely to walk. I just don't know if the Bills are willing to go as high as what he wants, and I don't know if what he wants is what he and his brother are posting on X about, if it's quite that much. But if you're that far off, or if it's been that far off up to this point, I don't know if his value is so high after a 16-touchdown season, but he only does play 50% of the snaps. I think James Cook is a very good running back, and I think the Bills are a better team with James Cook on their team. But if he truly wants $13, $14, $15 million, I don't know if the Bills think that's more valuable than using that money elsewhere, and like we were talking about before we came on, using a draft pick and drafting a running back, or maybe Ray Davis becomes your feature running back, and then you take a fourth-round running back, and that becomes your new Ray Davis. Because the one game James Cook missed last year in the regular season, Ray Davis was really good. Now, that changes when you have a huge workload added onto your plate, but I think they really like the backfield. I think they think strength in numbers, because if one of those guys is missing, they still have two others who I think they believe can really kind of carry the weight.
Matt Bove joining us. They've got an event tonight. It's always game day in Buffalo tonight. They'll be live recording the podcast, so you can attend that. It's at Bar-Bill East here in Rochester on Empire Boulevard. You and Sal. We'll talk to Sal coming up at 8 o'clock today.
And to put full circle on the question that we led off with is Josh ever completed a pass to someone named Josh? There's one.
Really?
Yeah.
He's completed a pass to a guy named Josh.
Yeah.
Not an interception?
No. Scored a touchdown.
Josh.
It's kind of a trick question. The answer is Josh Allen.
Oh, that's a great.
Well, right. That's
good.
right.
It's a trick question. Kind
of. The pass completed to Amari Cooper, but Josh did score.
He scored
the
touchdown on a pass he threw.
That's right.
Just saying. He's the only one, though.
I really hope somebody started listening to this interview and they've been driving in their car this whole time and they've been screaming at the radio, "It's Josh Allen! It's Josh Allen!" And then you finally just gave them that moment.
Yes. What can't he do, right?
You put my mind in a pretzel right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, Hard Knocks is here too. We're seeing the crew out here. They've got their Hard Knocks crew shirts, and you see boom mics, and there's some cameras we're walking underneath. I'm excited about it. I think Bills fans should be really excited about getting the inner look. I was talking to Kevin Kearns with the Bills, like what's different, and the number of players that are mic'd up. Like in a normal game, sometimes one guy's mic'd up. For these practices, 4 and 5 players are mic'd up for this process. So you're going to get to know these players in a different way. Yesterday, KJ Hamler's mic'd up. So I don't know if you know anything about KJ Hamler, but you might find out in episode 1 a little bit about him.
Here's my take. I don't think they were initially excited to be selected on Hard Knocks. Now I think they love it. Even though they might not say that they love it, I think that they collectively have a lot to gain. Not necessarily like Josh doesn't. Everybody already knows who Josh Allen is. He is a superstar in the NFL. But a lot of people outside of this market don't really know a ton about Sean McDermott, Brandon Beane, Khalil Shakir, Spencer Brown, Deion Dawkins.
Yeah.
These guys are going to be heavily featured in some capacity on the show, and also the production value is just so good. Like I saw the little teaser that they posted yesterday, and even me, like I'm pretty close to this, and I was like, wow, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Like I'm excited, even just as a consumer, to watch this, to see what I don't ever get to see. So that'll be fun.
Did they turn that around that quickly?
No,
those weren't practice clips from yesterday?
No, they were just, I think, clips from last year, regular practice from the last couple months.
That makes more sense.
Game clips. Because
it was like an hour after practice.
I was like, that is so unbelievably impressive.
Yeah.
So I don't think it is that, though.
Gotcha. Matt Bove. All right, thanks for joining us.
Thanks,
you guys are going for a run, or you already did?
Oh, we already did a little workout with Matt Perino and Dom Tibbetts over there. Now we're going to run to go get something for breakfast and then walk back. So that's the nice little getting early. The nice little benefit of getting up and getting early.
And before the weather gets to 98 degrees today or whatever.
115 heat index.
Oh. That's what we're looking at today?
Well, that's the heat index for it was. I haven't checked this morning, but a couple days ago when I checked for today, that's what they said. So when I was packaging my clothes, I specifically packed light color clothing for today.
Yeah. I'm wearing the lightest shirt possible.
I was going to say,
I had it in my
I like
closet.
that. I was gonna say,
linen. I'm like,
I'm
wearing linen today for sure.
And Jeremy's in a hoodie.
For now.
It makes no sense.
For now. At 9:02, when the sun comes between these two, the pavilion and the stadium,
regular polo.
It gets to be 100 degrees right here. I've got the golf polo underneath. All right, thanks very much.
Thanks, guys.
Great work as always, and good luck tonight with the event with Sal for It's Always Game Day in Buffalo.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me.
Matt Bove here from Buffalo Bills training camp. We'll come back, get you some thoughts, some around the league stuff. Sal joins us at 8. Joe Brady at 9:15. It's Buffalo Bills training camp here on WGR Sports Radio 550. leave practice, I'm driving home. I'm listening to One Bills Live with Chris Brown and Steve Tasker, and I hear our observations, and they were exactly the same observations that I have. So it's almost like the thing that happened yesterday, I heard a lot of people commenting on. And a couple of those things were, one, Christian Benford looked awesome.
Whew.
And
every rep they took, it felt like Benford was dominating whoever he was covering.
Benford looked awesome, and I thought Max Hairston looked pretty awesome too.
Yeah.
And Trey White looked good. The defense, if it's possible to get this kind of evaluation in day one of practice, the defense looked sticky, and Allen did not have easy windows to throw into. It's a red zone day. I also learned over the course of listening to One Bills Live that Sean McDermott and this offense, they often, or this team, they often like to open up with a red zone day so guys aren't doing 50-yard sprints, right? You're just getting back into the swing of things, so let's get guys slowly ramped up. And red zone was the order of the day, and the defense looked sticky. So, was it day one of practice? Yes, but good day. It was a good day.
It seemed like a good day. It seemed like that's a position where the Bills, I mean, if you want to include the entire secondary, that group kind of let down the team last year.
Yeah.
In many spots. I mean, remember the Rams game and the Lions game to a lesser extent, and then the playoff game against Kansas City. Like, there are big, notable games from last year where, you probably lost that game in part because your secondary couldn't do much outside of Christian Benford. And then in that Chief game, we saw what they looked like without Benford. And right now, the two guys that were at corner in that AFC Championship game are no longer on the team. And everybody yesterday, it's day one, it's only red zone, looked pretty great. And I would say Hairston looking as good as he did was the most encouraging part of it, because you see the athleticism like jump off the page pretty quickly.
For sure.
Like, he got
Day one of Bills training camp in the books. 4 players didn't practice yesterday for the Bills due to injury. Dawson Knox, Cedric Van Pran-Granger, Spencer Brown, and Laviska Shenault. Bills running back James Cook, president, accounted for yesterday. He practiced with the team despite his ongoing contract negotiation with the Bills. Bills head coach Sean McDermott, GM Brandon Beane, and quarterback Josh Allen all spoke with the media yesterday as well. You can also find that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, Jordan Schultz reported that free agent wide receiver Keenan Allen has garnered some interest around the NFL in the recent weeks. 33-year-old wide receiver had 744 yards and 7 touchdowns last season with the Bears. And Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen said yesterday that rookie cornerback wide receiver Travis Hunter will be flip-flopping between defense and offense in the same practices this year at training camp. Hunter played both sides of the ball during his time with Colorado and was drafted by the Jaguars 2nd overall in this past draft. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think Orlando would get the most out of going up against him every single day. And you certainly feel Trey's presence out there in practice, but Trey's winning. Trey's getting back there. Trey's going to be around the quarterback. But like I said, in practice, he's not hitting me, so not as much as in a game.
That's Joe Burrow. He called the Trey Hendrickson and the the contract stuff with regard to the Bengals disappointing. Obviously disappointing. because they have Shamar Stewart and Trey Hendrickson, a couple of defensive players that they could really use. You'd like to have all your guys out there day one to try to build that cohesion that I was talking about, but that's not how it usually works. It's a business, and that is how it's gone. Nobody's ever going to fault the player for doing business how he feels he needs to. It's a cutthroat business. You got to fight for everything you can get. That's how it goes. Routinely, again, that's how it goes. That's how it goes on Burrow and the Bengals and how they operate. One other thing on Burrow, Zach Taylor said that Burrow's going to play more in the preseason than years past because the Bengals get off to slow starts. All right. Let's look at his career splits in September. Fair?
Okay. Because they lose games.
They do. Joe Burrow has a sub-500 record in September.
Yep, lost to New England week 1 last year. But if you remember, the tight end fumbled it at the 1-yard line.
In his career, he is 11-1. Sorry, 8-11-1. 8-11-1.
Okay.
You know what his record is in December, Joe Burrow?
Oh, it's got to be like
Joe Burr. That's one of his nicknames.
It's got to be like 12-2.
He's 12-1.
12-1.
Joe Burrow is 12-1 in December, and he's 8-11-1 in September.
It's pretty good.
So, all right, is there something to he gets off to slow starts? Let's play him in the preseason. Well, let's look into the numbers a little bit more. Touchdowns to interceptions in September, 32-13.
Good.
It's pretty good.
It's really good.
It is the worst number he has, though.
Okay.
His quarterback rating is the worst in September. He takes the most sacks in September. His yards per attempt is the lowest in September. His yards per game is the lowest in September.
Okay.
So there's something to be said about Burrow is a slower starter. Maybe it's the line isn't as good. Maybe it's the rest of the team isn't as good. But he is sub-500 in September in games 1 through 4. Although, you know what? Now that I look at this, 7-10-1 and in September. Sometimes games 1 through 4 don't line up with September, so I just moved to September, even though I was on 1 through 4. It's about the same, but there'd be years where he misses a game or two. Anyway,
he also has had injuries in his career.
Yes,
and
I would not be playing him more in the preseason.
Playing him more in the preseason, a quarterback that has had injuries. I mean, that's precarious. Like, I would probably not be feeling super comfortable about that if I were a Bengals fan this morning. Wait, we're gonna do what? A guy with who had a major elbow injury or wrist injury a year and a half ago and has had a major knee injury in his career and has had other nagging injuries. We're going to play him in the preseason against probably other teams' backups because a lot of teams don't play their guys anymore. Yeah. So, all right. The Bills play Josh Allen, though. But Allen doesn't have the injury history Burrow does. So I would not feel great about that if I were them. I wonder how true that September thing is of other quarterbacks. Is it just a league-wide thing that defenses are ahead at the start? Like Josh Allen, where would you guess? What would you guess his best month is?
Well, the Bills always win in December.
It's not true of Allen in September. Allen, if you just want to look at passer rating, it's 95 in September, 99 in October, 88 in November, 91 in December, 86 in January. That's just regular season.
That might be conditions-based. It also might be.
Could be.
They're always, for the most part, not needing games in January.
But it's not really it's not a big difference. Like, he's been better in September than November.
Right.
So for Burrow, maybe that is unique to him.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher. The heat index is going to be around 100 today, and the Bills hit the practice field at 9:45. Sal joins us coming up at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock, and Joe Brady will speak today at 9:15.
Or my Blue Jays hat just for Sal today. Just for Sal.
Are you a Blue Jays fan? Did I not?
Very, very casually.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So did I not know this?
I'll admit to being a bandwagon Blue Jays fan. I will check in when they're good.
Is it?
Which means I've checked in about 3 times in my life.
Is it
4 times maybe?
Anti-Yankee motivation, anti-Red Sox motivation that does that?
No, it's that was my T-ball team when I was 5 years old, and it started there, and then I played as them in the video game, MVP Baseball 2004. No one can tell you more about the 04 Blue Jays than I can, Orlando Hudson, and then it just kind of, they're close by. So ended up fitting. I was never going to be a Yankees or a Red Sox fan. So
you don't have to defend it to me. Close by is what makes sense to me. You saying that your favorite team kind of is who your 5-year-old T-ball team was means that my son's on a crash course with the Yankees.
Yeah.
And, you know what? We're gonna have to make a change there.
Get him traded.
It's not going to work for me.
Get him traded. Go for more guaranteed money.
Going to demand
We're
a trade.
holding out until we get a deal to the Padres or something.
You know, I'm not going to demand a trade because I like all the people. So instead, what I'll do is I'll demand that we change our name.
There you go. Rebrand.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather
What's available?
I'd rather be the Kraken. I would sign up. I'd do that. Baseball team named the Kraken.
Couldn't you do that in T-ball? Hey, we're not gonna name our team after Major League Baseball teams. We're gonna do it after other sports
Hockey teams. You could.
Yeah. We got the Lakers baseball team over here playing against the Utah Mammoth over here. That's today's matchup. Could do that.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. NFL training camps all around the league are open. We're all at camp. We are 1 week from the Hall of Fame game. That's a week from tonight.
That is coming up quick.
Yep, that's the Chargers and the Lions Hall of Fame game.
You want a little fantasy fix or fantasy fade?
Yes.
All right, so
we're getting all these rep counts. We're getting everything fantasy find or fantasy fade.
Fantasy find or fantasy fade.
Yeah, fantasy find or fantasy fade. Give us a name, and is it a find or is it a fade based on what's going on at camp?
I got 3 guys for you that I saw something about yesterday.
Okay.
1, Hunter Renfrow building, quote, notable chemistry with Bryce Young early at Panthers camp. He was not in the league last year. So Hunter Renfrow?
Why was he not in the league?
He had an injury, but then there was a story about he did construction last year. So, I don't really know what happened there. Maybe there was just no league interest. Mm-hmm. But Renfrow, as a real player in Carolina.
All right.
The Bengals saying that Chase Brown will be a focal point of their offense.
Not surprising. Wasn't he already? He's good. I think he's really good.
Focal point sounds more like what you would call Chase and Higgins.
All right.
Right? And then finally, Kevin Stefanski expects Jerome Ford to be one of the top running backs in the league this year.
Okay. Myles Garrett said they're going to win the Super Bowl. Good luck.
That, though,
they also
he got asked about the Super Bowl. What's he going to say? I hate that question in training camp. The Titans coach got this the other day.
Are you going to win the Super Bowl?
Why are we asking players and coaches of teams we know are bad, hey, do you think you could win the Super Bowl this year? They're just trying to get you when they ask that question, right?
Fair.
And you can't. There's no way to answer it. If Myles Garrett says, come on, man, we're not going to win the Super Bowl this year, he's going to get blasted for that. And if he says, yeah, we're going to win the Super Bowl this year, it's like, oh, this idiot. Don't you know who you play for?
Yep.
Cleveland. Cleveland had a day yesterday, by the way.
I want to talk about that. I have a potentially unpopular take. But first, Aaron in North Virginia is up. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Hey, gentlemen, how are we doing? Good morning. Happy training camp.
Yeah, thanks for calling. Anybody can call us. We're out here, Training Camp Live. We can still take your phone calls, and we're happy to do so. So thanks for calling in.
Absolutely. Hey, I know I'm actually just catching up on the Odyssey app, but I heard you talking about the James Cook contract situation earlier. And I had a question first off. Do you know if compensatory picks are determined on a flat scale based just for all positions based on how much money a player receives, or is it based on position? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So they're distributed rounds 3 through 7.
Yeah.
The round and positions determined by a league formula, player salary, playing time, and postseason honors. So,
playing time might get tricky there because he doesn't play a ton.
Yeah, the other thing,
right?
Thanks, Aaron, that might get tricky. The formula is a little bit tricky to a point where the Bills thought they were going to get a compensatory pick that was a third rounder, and they got a fourth instead. Remember,
Tremaine Edmonds?
Yeah. So,
yeah,
I feel like the formula is there is a detailed breakdown. The value of free agents lost and signed.
Well,
it's
he's got 2 Pro Bowls already to his name.
Okay, so that'd be help.
That's going to help. If he gets a third one of those, that helps too. The playing time part of it might ding him a little, and then it's going to depend what type of money he gets, right?
Yeah.
Does someone give him the $15 million contract that he's looking for? Because if they do, you put all that together, like, you could get a fourth. I kind of doubt you would get up to a third. It feels like these teams that get a third, it's kind of rare.
But it's worth pointing out, the pick you get is not the 26 draft, it's the 27 draft.
Right, it's the next year.
So
this is a while.
If he signs elsewhere in free agency, you get a 2027 comp pick.
Right.
Which, there's building for the future, there's stockpiling picks, it's all well and good. It would be a nice little, all right, he left, we got a third rounder in 2027.
Yep.
What does that really do for us? Nothing for a couple of years. It's nice to have. So
that also is, again, assuming he would get a big money deal on the open market. And I don't know, should I assume that if he makes it to the open market?
Yeah. And it's also
like he's not a perfect free agent for a team bringing in a feature back because he doesn't do all the things that you might want him to.
And the other part of the formula is you only get the comp pick if you lose the free agency equation. If you sign a bunch of guys, you don't get the comp picks for losing guys. That's what has to happen. It's for teams that lose free agents and their net loss in free agency is worth a compensatory pick. So, thanks, Aaron. It's a little confusing.
It's a part of it, but it's not a major part of the Cook story for me. Is what they'll they're
right.
They're going to get an extra Jackson Hawes in 2 years.
Right.
Fourth round pick.
Sure.
Yeah,
it's a postscript. I mean, the 2027 third round pick makes an impact what year on the Bills? 2027, maybe 2028.
Right.
So 8030550 on the Browns and their reveal yesterday that included a person falling into a lake in a jet ski rescue that was maybe staged.
What was staged?
I want to look at the Zapruder film. Let's watch the film on the Browns and another phone call and Sal at the top of the hour here on WGR. For Brady, they engineered touches for Khalil Shakir in a great way. Like, Shakir is undoubtedly a great yards after catch receiver, one of the best in the league. And with that, the Bills put him in positions to do that. Shakir's yards before catch, here's a number on Shakir. His yards before catch all year last year it's him and Wan'Dale Robinson is where it might have ended up. And the guys around them are running backs and tight ends.
Right.
Like, Shakir gets almost like a running back in the slot kind of treatment or backfield treatment on an average depth of target because the Bills know, listen, you can throw it 2.2 yards to this guy and he's going to make a guy miss and get you some yardage. And he made huge plays down the field with yards after catch stuff. So will they start to do that with Coleman? Like, as they look into last season, Joe, and break down the film and dig into the numbers, there's no doubt that they know, hey, you know who was great after the catch all year last year, even though we might be disappointed in other parts of his game? It's Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
So, all right, here's our Coleman yards after catch package. I feel like that's something that we could see a lot of this year once we get to the regular season.
And I would say Hairston looking as good as he did was the most encouraging part of it because you see the athleticism like jump off the page pretty quickly.
For sure.
Like, he got beat on one route by, I think maybe Samuel was the one who beat him off the line of scrimmage. And this is red zone. This is not, it took 40 yards for him to catch up. This is working within the 10-yard line. He got beat on the line of scrimmage, and by the time they got to the end zone, Hairston had caught up to him. Like, you're not on 90% of corners in the league. Maybe that's 5 yards of separation and enough for the quarterback to find you. With this guy, it's by the time you reached the goal line, he already had recovered from the jump off the snap that he had lost. So you saw that. There were a couple plays where he jumped it. It almost looked like he jumped it too quick. Like, he arrived too quick at the ball. It did remind me, and people are going to like this comparison. It's first day of training camp, and this can happen. A couple plays reminded me of McKelvin a little bit. Leotis McKelvin, who was a crazy athlete too, he never got better at this. He would always be in position to make a play, and he would never make the play. And there were like 2 plays yesterday where Hairston got there, and the ball just passed him, or he just didn't get his head around to it. But first day training camp for him, I mean, you would expect or hope that he can, be a guy that will make those plays.
Yeah, maybe the timing gets there. The thing about Hairston, I'm on the Hairston pick 6 watch for camp.
Oh, yeah.
It's a matter of time. Like the way that he is aggressive, predatory, whatever. I just feel like we're going to see that.
That's our expectation every year. I expect to run back the Defensive Player of the Year. So, keeping both of those things in mind, I have to be the very best player I can be every single day.
Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns, who had a day yesterday, they introduced, of course, a new helmet known as the Alpha Dog helmet. Alpha Dog, like top dog, which is what they'll be on draft night. I worked on that one for a while.
That was good.
They're picking first. I have an unpopular take on the Alpha Dog helmet.
Okay.
It's good.
The helmet is good?
Yeah, the Browns uniforms, the brown ones, brought to you by a wiping company.
They did that. They kind of leaned into them being the the poop helmets.
I guess they're fine. I think they're fine to good. They're fine to good to maybe they're really good. I think they're fine.
They're really good.
Just hold on. I just went fine
to good to really good. Like within a second, we made them a lot better than.
Yeah, and then I went back to fine. But they're not bad. Now I'm down to fine. Not bad.
They're not bad.
Owen, make this into one of those.
They are the Browns.
Right. And what are the helmets? Brown.
They're brown.
What are the jerseys?
Brown.
Hey, what team is that? The Browns?
Yeah.
That's right. That's correct. Make this one of those internet clips where the words pop up on the screen, and in the span of 30 seconds, I went from fine, good, really good, fine, not bad, fine, acceptable, decent. I like them.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're okay. 803-0550. Quickly before the break, Rob in Hamburg. Hey, Rob. Good morning. Let me get you punched up here
guys,
if I can.
hey. Good morning, guys. I'd like to talk about Trey White's return. I think everybody's missing the largest impact of this. When he got hurt in, 2021, UPL had his best statistics. When he got hurt in 2023, UPL had his most wins and shutouts. The Sabres got to be happy to have the Trey White Goalie Academy back, because last year when he wasn't here, we had problems.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Trey White Goalie Academy. They I was thinking about that when Yaroslav Halak retired. Like, all-time Sabres goalies to give up 0 goals, Yaroslav Halak and Tre'Davious White.
Yeah.
He's back, and he's, the same Trey White. We'll talk about it with Sal coming up. He looked pretty good, too.
Yeah, he did. He did. It was, when I saw him out there, I'm like, it's just weird to see him on the field and not think like, okay, that's one of the top corners in football.
Yeah,
because the number's the same, the guy's the same, the energy is the same, and like you got to. I almost had to remind myself yesterday, like that's not the same guy. But yesterday, again, he looked good. Maybe yesterday he did. He looked like the same guy.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. You can give us a call. We are live from St. John Fisher with training camp day 2. Training camp coverage from St. John Fisher is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Jeremy and Joe back on the other side with Mr. Sal Capaccio. His takeaways from practice number 1, his observations, and all that as we head into practice number 2 here on WGR. Jeremy White here for day 2 of training camp today. We'll hear from Joe Brady at 9:15. He'll go for his opening press conference. It's funny. This is a reminder that when training camp starts, it's the Bills against the Bills.
Yep.
So if Christian Benford and Max Hairston have a good day, that means the receivers they were covering did not necessarily have a good day. And I saw a little bit Matt Prino, who's over here with us as well. He wrote up about Keon Coleman. I had the same kind of observation that Coleman, there are a couple times where they were not breadbasket drops, but they're contested catch drops. And there's a lot riding on him this year and what he can do in year 2. And I thought, not the best start, of course. Long way to go, but he had some trouble yesterday in some contested catches.
Yeah, I agree, but I also wonder if a player like that, if he needs to be seen with the pads on and with more contact because that is his area of expertise, like I'm going to bully you there, you would think that would also translate to when they're not wearing pads, but I wonder how physical he wants to get in those settings. I'm not trying to give him a pass or anything. I think there's 2 big X factors for the Bills. Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman going into the season, and what they get out of those guys I think will tell us a lot about how this season is. So far, I think Dalton Kincaid has had a good summer. I think his mandatory minicamp was strong, and I think he had a good first day of camp. Keon Coleman, I didn't notice it as a bad day. I certainly didn't notice it as a good day, but I also do think until we get to day 4, which is usually when they put the pads on, that's when I want to try and start seeing which players look good, which players struggle.
I think if he doesn't pay this running back, people will say he won't pay running backs. But he's got a number here. Cook's making $5 million, and the 0 RB strategists, not just the fantasy football level, but in the NFL level, would tell you you never need to pay anybody at that position. And I bet he would. I bet he would pay a running back that he says is a stud, great teammate, warrior, dog, his coach loves, is an explosive player. And I also want to say, anybody trying to tell me about touchdown regression, I'm not buying it. Not that I'm not buying that there's not going to be regression. I don't think Cook should get paid on the touchdowns.
Yeah.
I think what Cook should get paid on, if he does, is being a top 10 back in yards over expected for consecutive seasons.
Yeah.
If you were to look for anything to pay a running back based on, would you do that? Well, he doesn't play all 3 downs. Okay. You want to pay a guy that plays all 3 downs but isn't actually good? That's kind of Kyron Williams, if you want to do that. So I think the needle for me moved a little bit more towards Bean and Cook and their sides having open lines of communication rather than just some Cold War where it's never going to get done.
I think it could just be, though, window dressing to make the guy feel like he's valued. And feel like even to show him, to keep him happy, to keep him on the field, to make him feel like you're valued to the organization that, oh, I would pay you. Like, I would want you back. Even if your ideology as a GM and how you build a team would say, I don't want to give this guy $12 million a year. I don't think that with a quarterback contract like I have, and I'm going to have a lot of void year money next year. I saw yesterday the Bills have $30 million just in void year cap hits next year. Guys that like Milano and Joey Bosa and McGovern, they can extend some of those guys. But do they want to be throwing another $12 million at a position where, again, like the only evidence I have in 7 years with this guy as the general manager that they would pay a running back is him saying yesterday that I would like to have James Cook back next year.
Camp officially underway. The Bills had 4 players sit out of practice yesterday due to injury. Tight end Dawson Knox with a hamstring injury. Tackle Spencer Brown with a back injury. Center Cedric Van Pran-Granger with a calf injury. And wide receiver Laviska Shenault with a lower leg strain. Bills running back James Cook did practice with the team yesterday as his contract dispute with the team is still ongoing. Two sides are still negotiating a deal as Cook enters the final year of his rookie deal. Bills head coach Sean McDermott, GM Brandon Beane, and quarterback Josh Allen all spoke with the media yesterday, along with other players as well. You can find that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car & Joyce, your border attorneys. Buy Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL, Giants head coach Brian Daboll confirmed Russell Wilson will be the starter for the team, but did say that players like rookie Jackson Dart could still be battling for the starting role. NFL insider Justin Schultz reported that the free agent wide receiver Keenan Allen has garnered interest around the NFL in recent weeks. The 33-year-old wide receiver had 744 yards and 7 touchdowns last season with the Bears. Over in Cleveland, the Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski said yesterday the team is hoping to figure out their starting quarterback early in camp. Former first-round pick Kenny Pickett started off training camp with the starters yesterday. He's locked in a quarterback battle with Joe Flacco. Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen said yesterday that star rookie cornerback wide receiver Travis Hunter will be flip-flopping from defense to offense in the same practices this training camp. Hunter played both sides of the ball during his time at Colorado last season and was selected second overall by the Jaguars this past draft. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio joining us here live from St. John Fisher. We are in the pavilion between the two fields, the turf field, and then actually there's two more fields on this side, and there's a third field over there, so there's 4 fields overall. And on grass is normally the
feel for everything the way it is, the lay of the land again, and lots of things are the same that they have been for many years. They use a Beck practice field. A lot of the players go over there. They work on, what's defensive line, things like that. So you're always kind of figuring out where to be at what times, what to watch. And then obviously there's people you haven't seen in a while. You want to catch up with them. You want to say hi. That can be personal or professional, right? I mean, like there's things going on like, hey, what's happening this day? What's happening that day? You have to do all that stuff. And then right afterwards, we have things. We have the Facebook Lives that are going on that behind the scenes at training camp that you can check that out. We do that every single day, driven by your Upstate Honda dealer. So, there's a lot going on. And then today did not start off great. I had a big cup of coffee. I went to my car to grab something. You put your coffee on top of the car, right?
Yeah.
I opened the door. I'm like, okay. I shut the door, and the coffee just crashed down. I have no coffee now.
Yep.
Until I go back and get some right after this segment up in my dorm room before the Joe Brady.
That's better than me. I usually put the coffee on the car and then I drive away. I
had to stop myself a couple times. That's right.
That's my move. We're here at training camp. It's day 2 today. All right, observations from day 1. Actually, before we do that, you're talking about catching up with people. Like we saw Pete Gwelly, Bill's COO, talking about the red helmets, talking about the new rivalries uniforms. We don't have any full intel on the rivalries uniforms, but from what I hear from a number of people, this isn't something Pete said, but others, they're cool. I think people are going to like them. So there is. I did ask him like, what's the timeline on that, and he said like the league. So
okay,
that one's a little bit maybe off in the distance. That's more of a league-wide thing because there are 8 teams that are going to be getting these rivalry series. Anyway, observations from camp yesterday. It's a lot of red zone stuff, which I learned yesterday is normal to start because they don't want their guys running 70-yard bombs and all that stuff. They want to kind of get everybody in the mix, so it's kind of a lighter practice, shorter practice, less distance run, red zone to start.
Yeah, red zone to start, 7-on-7 red zone specifically to start. They have different periods they work on all the time during practices. They hit the ground running, and this is a very important part, red zone, obviously. Interesting, the first few plays, Josh Allen didn't connect. A couple interceptions, a couple throwaways, an incompletion. And he said afterwards, it was interesting in the press conference with us, he said, I know statistically it didn't look good for you guys, but I'm just trying not to put the ball in harm's way. And then he also mentioned hard knocks. He mentioned not liking being mic'd up. And it was interesting for him for thinking about it, right? He's thinking about how people might perceive what's going on these first few throws in the red zone statistically. He's mentioning Hard Knocks being there, and that's all a little bit of what we talked about, right? And how much this all impacts what's going on here. But they did start with that. I was really impressed with the rookie Max Harrison yesterday. I really was. I thought that he had a nice day. He had the highlight play of the day when he peeled off. It was Laviska. I'm sorry, who was it? KJ Hamler. KJ Hamler's in the back of the end zone, standing there, and it looked like, and you see the video on the Bills Twitter. It looked like he was going to get the ball. He's the only one who could catch it. Max Harrison comes out of nowhere, knocks the ball away. Before that, he's on Curtis Samuel. Curtis Samuel catches the ball kind of near the front pylon, and before he can turn up, Max Harrison gets there so quick, he rides him out of bounds and doesn't allow him to do that. So, yeah, I think that a strong day, number one. I always say we have to wait until pads come on for a lot of this stuff. Like, I don't watch offensive and defensive linemen much for the first few days only because of that.
Yep. Yeah. Joe had even said, like, Harrison's the kind of guy that in this exact setting is probably likely to flourish. I mean, he's fast, he's speedy, the recovery speed. He's a guy that's going to gamble out there. Red zone's another spot where, like, you might be more willing to do that. So it'll be interesting to see how he picks his spots, right? Like, Sal, if you've got a corner that you drafted him and you say, we did it because of his upside ball skills, he can make big plays, he knows that too, and how they find that balance of how aggressive, when to be aggressive, like that's going to be part of learning the job.
No doubt. I believe people keep saying, what would it take for Max Harrison to win the job? Because we could say when fans are here, we are allowed to say like who's playing with the starters, right? And I can tell you that Tre'Davious White, as predicted, got the first reps with the starting unit, and then Max Harrison mixes in, but they both get opportunity. Mm-hmm. Eric Wood made a great point when he was on with me the other day. He said, you're going to want to see both guys against the same competition. If you're going to compete, you got to give them a chance to compete against the same competition, right, in evaluation. So what does it take for him to maybe be the first guy to get more of the reps? I believe it just takes for him not to show he's going to make mistakes. Because I think the high-end plays can be there. At any time, he can make a great play and make a play on a ball that somebody else can't make. But can he make the solid play, the good decision, not get beat, and be consistent enough in that regard?
And I wonder, there are a couple plays like this. There was at least one I'm thinking of, Sal. I think he was going up against Samuel where he gets beat off the line, and maybe he's back a little bit, but he's so fast that he recovers, and he's there in coverage to make a play. I wonder how the Bills would view that. Like, is that considered a mistake for him, but this is why you drafted him? Like, he can kind of misstep off the line of scrimmage, unlike some other corners, because he's so fast. He's got that recovery speed.
Yep.
I wonder how the Bills' coaches would view that, because they definitely don't want him getting beat off the line. But with him, again, he's somebody that sometimes can make up for it.
I also think just the nature of this, the way their philosophy of building this team and drafting, they've kind of intentionally gone for guys like that, which are, hey, we might have to live with a few mistakes, but we're going to get more high-end play out of these guys, and the ceiling is really there. I just think that's kind of the way they drafted and they approached this offseason anyway. They took bigger swings. You know, Matt Nabove and I did we did a podcast a couple months ago comparing Brandon Beane and Brett Veach because they've been in their jobs the same amount of time.
Yep.
Because I think there's this, notion from a lot of Bills fans that, you know, the Bills are just not good in the draft or whatever. Most teams, everybody's kind of the same when it comes to rate of hit and miss. I think a lot of it comes down to, but how high are your hits? Like how good can they be?
Yeah.
And the thing that we noticed that I think I could say Matt and I both agreed on, Brandon Beane really has a really good floor for guys he drafts, especially late, mid-round. Like, there's guys that contribute, guys that stay here. I mean, I'm going to use DeMar Hamlin as an example. I mean, he's a 6th-round pick. He was starting on a team at safety. He went to the AC Championship game last year. Remember Jaquan Johnson? That was like a 6th or 7th-round pick who played 4 years in this league. Taron Johnson, yes, there are misses. But what he was missing, what he hasn't had, is truly the Josh Allen high-end type of plays. I think Taron Johnson's actually great at what he does. Whereas Brett Veach, let's say, for the Chiefs, they have 3 or 4 guys that are all pros every year. They smash it through the ceiling. But they don't have necessarily that low end raising the floor. It's kind of all or nothing with a lot of it. I think the Bills have a good base of guys, but now they need the all.
Right.
You know what I mean? They need those guys. They don't have enough of those guys. And I think they took a philosophy this year to say, we're going to draft these guys that have a chance to smash. And if we get beat, if we get burned because they don't turn out, we're going to have to live with it, but we need playmakers.
Yeah, I was just going to say a lot of this year to me is finding the next set of stars, whether that's, Benford's established as like he's great, whether that's Hairston or Landon Jackson or Deion Walker in the 4th round or whatever, like somebody that is, it's a bit arbitrary, but I kind of said, what I want is the Bills to have more players on the top 100. Just thought of better by players in the league. Oh, that's Josh Allen and 4 other great players because for a long time, or for a while here, 2 years now, it's been like Josh and Dawkins makes it. Benford makes it.
Isn't Benford?
But even Benford, maybe
he's a great example.
He's not getting enough, right?
Right.
Benford is a great example of this point, which is I think we all know how good Christian Benford is. He is just a really, really good football player. He's not this smashing statistical interception guy that goes to becomes an all pro and Pro Bowls and things like that. That's a great example of what I mean, which is, man, they really found a guy. 6th round. He's a great 6th round pick, right?
Yeah.
But he's not in the conversation outside of Buffalo as one of the best in the league. And unlike Josh Allen, who obviously is, or Taron Johnson, I think those are the 2 guys you look at for that. And, maybe a few years ago, Matt Milano, obviously, right, who's on the team now. So you have some of those guys, Deion Dawkins, but, man, I think that's a great example of what I'm talking about.
Should Benford be? I don't know. He's front and center on that Hard Knocks poster. We talked about that. And as we talked about yesterday at camp, too, he looked dominant. Sal, it didn't matter what receiver he was covering. It looked like he had no problem sticking right with whoever he was against.
Yesterday, you're talking about
Benford,
during the day yesterday, during the practice. Yeah, I think he's just super solid.
Yeah,
he is the quintessential Buffalo Bills defensive back that they want here, which is we could trust everything you do. We don't have to worry about it. He's going to be where he's supposed to be, when he's supposed to be there, and he's going to make some plays. But there's not a time in a game, in a season, where we're worried about that spot.
Right.
I think that, to me, that's where Max Harrison has to get. Because the other side, which is, he can make a play.
Yeah.
Okay, make a play, Max, right? Knock a ball down, get an interception. But are you going to be comfortable saying, oh, yeah, we got Max Harrison over there. He's set. We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to give him help. We don't have to worry about him busting a coverage or anything like that. That's where he has to get.
It might be a hard day to evaluate safeties because it's red zone stuff, right? Like the field's compacted, but a lot of people are wanting to know about Cole Bishop and how he looks, health, his role in this defense, how important it is that he does lock down the job that I think a lot of Bills fans, of course, want him to lock down.
I think the Bills want him to lock it down, guys, right? I mean, that's the only thing he has to do is show up and be healthy. I really believe that. He's good enough. He's gonna be the starter. I can't see a scenario where Cole Bishop isn't healthy and on the field and suddenly isn't the starter at safety opposite Taylor Rapp. What would have to go wrong there? Because he suddenly, just because he's not the player you thought he was, he showed some really good things on film when he was. He also had a couple busts. We know that. But I just think this is his job to have as long as he's healthy. Tough to say how they look right now. Obviously, they're rotating in. There's no pads, things like that. We'll see when they go to those kinds of things. But I think they believe they can use him in the box. They can use him at free safety. And that frees Taylor Rapp up to do a lot of things. You couldn't play those games as much with DeMar last year.
Right.
DeMar's kind of this steady baseline guy who you got to put in certain spots to make sure that you're not going to get beat.
And that's always been a key to McDermott's defense is what he can do with those two safeties.
100%. And that's why Micah and Jordan were so good for so long. On top of how great they were, they played off each other. They were able to do different things all the time, and that's exactly right.
How about the offense? Anything impressive come away? It looked like there were some – we talked about the throwaways that Josh Allen had, and he talked about that, but anything stand out in a positive way for the offense?
Yeah, I thought Dalton Kincaid had a nice first day. After all the talk from Dalton and about Dalton this offseason, I thought Dalton Kincaid had a good first day. Now, I will tell you there was one touchdown he caught that would have been a sack if they were doing that. Josh kept the play alive. The defensive backs are still doing their thing, but Dalton made a nice play, caught it at the back of the end zone. Then there was another one where kind of right in the same area in the end zone, and Dalton saw Josh working. He worked his way back to the quarterback. There were two defenders, and he kind of slid in between the two defenders to get back to the quarterback. Josh made a nice throw, and then the defenders like, oh, shoot, didn't realize he was right there. It was a really good job of kind of staying alive. I thought he had a good day right there, and this is what the Bills need. Obviously, Dawson Knox is going to be out, and by the way, the word on Dawson, the word on Spencer, both, neither Sean McDermott or Brandon Beane seem very overly concerned. They kind of both said, we're going to be really cautious. Like, these guys are vets.
Yeah.
They'll get on the field. We know they know what to do once they get on the field. So I'm not too worried about that. Laviska Shenault did, according to the NFL transaction wire last night, he has not been announced by the Bills, I don't believe yet. He was placed on NFI as well, so I wouldn't expect him on the field today either. And then Cedric Van Pran-Granger with a calf injury.
When that list, a player gets placed on that list as opposed to the PUP list, what's the difference there? Does that just mean that like it happened away from the facilities?
It did, and I think because of that, there's certain things with monies and contracts that get impacted, especially down the road if they stay on that list. Like Nyheim Hines, remember?
Right.
How the Bills went through that whole thing with Nyheim Hines? Right, and it was the jet ski accident. So, yes, that's the difference.
Sal Capaccio. Sal, for day one, we've gotten some big names, right? Hairston and Cole Bishop and Trey White and Christian Benford. Anybody that isn't a household name yet that kind of popped out at you? I know it's day one, but, there's a lot of players out here, whether it's one of the tight ends they brought in or anybody. Did anybody pop out for you that might not be, a top-of-mind kind of name?
Well, I think they are both top of mind, but a couple of names I heard people talking about and watched yesterday and said, okay, we're both the two defensive tackles, Deion Walker and TJ Sanders. A couple of guys that I think, we're going to be watching more of. And again, I say, I don't spend a ton of time on D-line, O-line during these days because there's no pads. But when you see them and their physicality and their size, it stands out to you. So I would say for that reason, Jeremy, those are guys. I don't think there's anybody necessarily. I don't know if we give. I don't want to start giving too much space to like the bottom end of the wide receiver depth chart, but. Like KJ Hamler and Jalen Virgil both made plays yesterday, right? Like, I mean, you never know. Is there a scenario in a world where at the end of camp we're like, maybe it's not Elijah Moore. Maybe it's one of these guys. They can both move a little bit, right? You need to see more of that, but I thought both of them made a couple plays yesterday.
Keon Coleman yesterday, a couple of tough plays for him. He's one, we talked about it with your podcast partner there, Matt Beauvais, that – he's another one you might want to see in pads because of the style he plays.
Yeah.
He plays like a bully out there. He's probably not going to grow into an elite separator at any point, but what he probably has to do, Sal, is play with his body and win contested catches. And that was the thing yesterday that, like, if they're going back and watching yesterday, I feel like there were a couple of those that you'd like to see him grab.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be how he wins in this league. He's not going to win by blowing by people. That'll happen once in a while, maybe. He's got to win in this league by making the contested catches, by being a guy who can catch the ball even when he's covered sometimes. And Josh knows that. He's going to have to get him the ball in those spots. So we're going to have to see that as camp goes on. We're going to have to see that as you get into the preseason and regular season. And, yeah, I mean, this goes back to the different skill sets these guys have at wide receiver. And you have to have guys who can catch the ball when they're covered sometimes. And I think Keon Coleman's got to be one of those guys.
Sal Capaccio joining us here from St. John Fisher.
James Cook showing up yesterday and doing everything, and how Bean sounded, Sal, is how Bean sounded changing your mind at all on what you think is most likely with him in a contract? Probably at this point, though, more after the season.
Yeah, I still don't think there's any contract on the horizon while here, unless something drastically changes in either way either party thinks, but it appears that that's not the case right now. Good that James Cook is here. Good that James Cook was doing everything. I think the Bills, Sean McDermott, Brandon Bean, they appreciate that he's not a distraction by being here and not practicing. Mm-hmm. We all talked about it, guys. If he showed up yesterday, he didn't practice, it'd be a huge story around the league.
Yeah.
Not just here. You'd be talking about it all morning.
It would have stolen every single headline.
It would have been dominating your conversation.
Yep.
Your social media.
Hard Knocks goes code red. But
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you talked about it first segment. Sorry I wasn't listening, but you probably didn't spend a lot of time on it.
Yeah.
Because it's not much of a story now.
I just mentioned that Bean's tone seems like, at least to me, that the dialogue is still open.
He said it.
Because way back when, it felt like it was very much, sorry, we're so far apart that I think it created, if we're really going to the steps along the way, Cook tweets this $15 million, and that's like, whoa. And then Bean at one point kind of painted the picture of, maybe next year we'll talk about it, next offseason. And that was another shot that kind of went into how far apart they might be. And they still might be far apart, but it certainly seems like it's whether it's amicable or whatever it might be. It seems like Bean's talking about how it's him or someone else in the front office that are constantly in contact with the agent. So there is an open dialogue.
And I thought it was interesting he said about even next year. I hope that we get here next year and James Cook is a member of the Buffalo Bills. And there are different levers to make that happen. It doesn't have to be a contract extension. You have the franchise tag. You have the transition tag, right? I mean, the Bills still hold the leverage as far as him being, his rights, so to say. So they can make that happen if they want to happen. It really just comes down to value. It's never been about, do the Bills not want James Cook on the team? The Bills want James Cook on the team. It's all about what the value is of James Cook on the team.
So the transition tag at running back would be interesting. I don't think they'd franchise.
Right.
The transition tag at running back this year was $11 million.
That's right.
And that's a number that
here's the issue with it.
The issue is that that's a straight cap hit.
And it comes right away.
Right, and they're not going to want to do that. So,
and also, you really are preventing the player at a position that has a finite timeline of getting his big deal.
Yes.
Like, I wonder if the Bills would, for the team, it might make more sense, but would they want to do that to a guy and basically, like, okay, you're not going to be eligible now to sign your big contract until you're, 27, 28 years old? I wonder if they would want to even do that to him.
I agree. It's not a preferred look. Teams, the Bills don't use it very often. Teams basically try not to, but they do in certain situations. But it is something that could happen. If you get to the end of the year and he has a great year, the Bills are like, oh, yeah, we got to make sure we keep him. And you have this transition, which goes to maybe $12 million. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's a suitable way. But as Jeremy pointed out, which is right, the issue is, do you even have that cap number on hand to do it? Because you have to count it right away against the cap, and it's straight that money that year.
That's where you could do the kind of thing like the Giants did with Barkley that one year, where they brought him back at the franchise number, but with something else, so they could lower the cap hit. So, next year, if it got really sticky, the Bills could go to Cook and say, hey, listen, here's what's going to happen. We're going to transition tag you, so if you won't agree to a deal, because we want to keep you, if they wanted to do this. And that's $11 million. Or we could give you 12 over 2 years working around, where you're still getting the same amount of guaranteed money, but we get to split that cap over 2 years, put a void year on the end of it, or whatever it might be. Like, the cap is so workable that sometimes the franchise tag is the thing that doesn't ever have to be used. It's just a lever to get the parties
talking.
That's
exactly right.
That's what gets parties talking.
It extends the opportunity to and extends out the timeline of the opportunity to sign a new deal is what it actually does.
And it kind of establishes a floor. Hey, worst case scenario, you're getting this amount of guaranteed money, but it doesn't really work for me, the team, because it doesn't help on the cap, and I don't want to do that. Right. So we'll see. All right, Sal, practice number 2.
Practice number 2, bar bill tonight. And listen, if you can't make it, how about this? On Sunday, Matt and I are back at it again. Sunday afternoon, if you guys are around, you should come on up. 2:30 p.m. We're going to be at We the Hobby. We the Hobby is a really cool – we're going to step out of our – I wouldn't say comfort zone, because, Mac's a big card collector, and I've done this, but we're going to have a couple breakers on the air, breaking cards open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean? They have a big show going on.
Yeah.
Big fan fest, basically.
Nice.
Lots of cool stuff happening there. We the Hobby, give you the address there, 23 Arlington Street in Rochester. It's a big day, and it's going to be they're calling it the after-practice tailgate, and it's going to be like from 2 to 7. We're there from 2:30 to 3:30 doing the podcast.
Cool.
Come on out. We're going to have people on there doing cards and having a good time.
All right. So
Capaccio.
So he'll be updating throughout practice coming up in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. And Joe Brady today will carry live.
Joe Brady, 9:15. Yeah,
9:15. So Joe Brady's on the way. Training camp coverage continues here on WGR. I think if he doesn't pay this running back, people will say he won't pay running backs. But he's got a number here. Cook's making $5 million, and the zero RB strategists, not just the fantasy football level, but in the NFL level, would tell you never need to pay anybody at that position. And I bet he would. I bet he would pay a running back that he says is a stud, great teammate, warrior, dog, his coach loves, is an explosive player. And I also want to say, anybody trying to tell me about touchdown regression, I'm not buying it. Not that I'm not buying that there's not going to be regression. I don't think Cook should get paid on the touchdowns.
Yeah.
I think what Cook should get paid on, if he does, is being a top 10 back in yards over expected for consecutive seasons.
Yeah.
If you were to look for anything to pay a running back based on, would you do that? Well, he doesn't play all 3 downs. Okay, you want to pay a guy that plays all 3 downs but isn't actually good? That's kind of Kyron Williams, if you want to do that. So I think the needle for me moved a little bit more towards Bean and Cook and their sides having open lines of communication rather than just some Cold War where it's never going to get done.
I think it could just be, though, window dressing to make the guy feel like he's valued. And feel like even to show him, to keep him happy, to keep him on the field, to make him feel like you're valued to the organization that, oh, I would pay you. Like, I would want you back. Even if your ideology as a GM and how you build a team would say, I don't want to give this guy $12 million a year. I don't think that with a quarterback contract like I have, and I'm going to have a lot of void year money next year. I saw yesterday the Bills have $30 million just in void year cap hits next year. Guys that like Milano and Joey Bosa and McGovern, they can extend some of those guys. But do they want to be throwing another $12 million at a position where, again, like the only evidence I have in 7 years with this guy as the general manager that they would pay a running back is him saying yesterday that I would like to have James Cook back next year.
Day 2 of training camp today. We'll hear from Joe Brady at 9:15. He'll go for his opening press conference. It's funny. This is a reminder that when training camp starts, it's the Bills against the Bills.
Yep.
So if Christian Benford and Max Harrison have a good day, that means the receivers they were covering did not necessarily have a good day. And I saw a little bit Matt Perino, who's over here with us as well. He wrote up about Keon Coleman. I had the same kind of observation that Coleman, there are a couple times where they were not breadbasket drops, but they're contested catch drops. And there's a lot riding on him this year and what he can do in year 2. And I thought, not the best start, of course. Long way to go, but he had some trouble yesterday in some contested catches.
Yeah, I agree, but I also wonder if a player like that, if he needs to be seen with the pads on and with more contact because that is his area of expertise, like I'm going to bully you there, you would think that would also translate to when they're not wearing pads, but I wonder how physical he wants to get in those settings. I'm not trying to give him a pass or anything. I think there's 2 big X factors for the Bills. Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman going into the season, and what they get out of those guys I think will tell us a lot about how this season is. So far, I think Dalton Kincaid has had a good summer. I think his mandatory minicamp was strong, and I think he had a good first day of camp. Keon Coleman, I didn't notice it as a bad day. I certainly didn't notice it as a good day, but I also do think until we get to day 4, which is usually when they put the pads on, that's when I want to try and start seeing which players look good, which players struggle.
Bills training camp underway. The Bills had 4 players sit out yesterday due to injury. Dawson Knox, Spencer Brown, Cedric Van Pran-Granger, and Laviska Shenault. Bills running back James Cook was present and accounted for. He took the field with the team despite having his ongoing contract negotiations with the Bills. The Bills head coach Sean McDermott, GM Brandon Beane, and quarterback Josh Allen all spoke with the media yesterday. You can find all that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealer for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL, Giants head coach Brian Daboll confirmed that Russell Wilson will be the starter for the team, but did say that there was still a competition for the position, as Jackson Dart could still battle for the starting role. And Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski said that he is hoping to figure out his team's starting quarterback early on in camp. Former first-round pick Kenny Pickett started off the camp with the ones yesterday. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Usually with injuries, there's the first few days of wallowing in your own despair. But, I mean, it's a calf strain. There's a lot worse things going on in the world. You can get through that. And, it was a good time to happen. It's never really a good time to get injured, but, relative to later down the year, I look at it as a positive, being able to, get closer with the staff here, training staff, strength staff. Now we have a really good working relationship after going through all this together. So I think that'll benefit throughout the year, making sure I'm being smart with my body and trying to stay healthy and make it through the year.
That is Joey Bosa. You know what? I think I might have a calf strain. I got to talk to the Bills staff. Get me back on the right track like they did for Bosa. I think I might have a calf strain. I might.
Can you walk?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like ripped off. It's just strained a little bit. I feel a little thing. Great moment.
Tight doesn't mean strain.
Great moments in training camp history. Howard talking to the Bills team doctor on the field here at Groundy Stadium, asking him about a foot problem he's having. That happened. That is the thing that happened. Great moments in training camp history. I got to text Howard. And what were the
it had happened that day, or it's just like nagging foot pain?
I think it was a nagging injury, and he just got a consult.
So my foot's been sore.
Like, I know the
doctor.
Weeks. I know the. Hey, when I do this.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's listening. He was texting me the other day. He's got to pick the Bills soon.
Yeah.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. If you want to join us, you can give us a ring. Here, Joe, let me give you the call screen or computer so you can log us back in. We get logged out of this thing like we're Desmond on Lost.
I am.
Every few minutes you got to.
For some reason, does anybody have an answer for why I set a screensaver to never turn off and then it still turns off every 10 minutes?
Yeah, I don't know. Nobody's on hold. That's okay. That's on you guys. Call us. 803-0550. Call us right now about something. So I saw a funny thing. Not funny, but FTN Fantasy and Aaron Schatz had something. Aaron Schatz works for FTN Fantasy. They did season projections.
Yep.
Right? Run all these simulations. Aaron Schatz, FTN Football Almanac. Couple interesting notes out of this. Number one, the Bills finished 12-5, the best record in football.
Okay.
Also finishing 12-5, AFC North,
Baltimore.
And the NFC West, the Niners. The Niners.
Really? I think most are expecting a step back from them this year.
Maybe.
A little bit.
Maybe.
12-5.
But the interesting thing there is Bills and Ravens have the best record in the AFC at 12-5. You know what that means?
What does that mean?
It means that week 1 determines home field.
Ah, I see. Yes.
No pressure.
All right.
Hey, it's opening day. Winner of this game.
Driver's seat for the 1 seed.
Driver's seat for the 1 seed.
All year.
Because it's
a 2-game lead.
It's a 2-game lead.
Yeah.
Right? For the 1 seed.
Yeah, that's what's on the line.
Pretty big.
Away.
He also, Aaron Schatz, listed all the teams and their chance to win their division by how often they won it in all the simulations. The Bills were the number 1 team to win their division. Like they won it in the most simulations.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 8 teams. The least likely to win, but winning the most simulations, was Jacksonville. He has Jacksonville winning the South at 9-8.
Okay.
The second lowest team.
They had to build it up a little bit, and they've done that to some extent. They found a really nice receiver, and the run game was really strong last year. And then Denver is just loaded. And now you don't have rookie quarterback. You get a year 2 quarterback, a Super Bowl winning coach. They've got great pieces on defense. Like, for me, there was a gap between Kansas City and those other teams, and right now, on paper, I feel like it's pretty closed. Like, I would still think Kansas City's going to get the respect of, well, they have Mahomes and they have Andy Reid. But the rest of it, like Denver's roster outside of quarterback is better than the Chiefs.
Oh, yeah.
So then it just comes down to, well, how much better do you really, truly think Mahomes is right now versus Bo Nix?
Their defense is very good. The Bills did light it up in the playoffs, but their defense is good and probably better this year. And there's a game that's like Bills-Saints level of, oh, my goodness, what carnage is this going to look like on Denver's schedule? Okay, so Bills-Saints, right? Bills-Saints, I don't know what the spread is going to be. The Saints are one of the
maybe
20. The Bills are going to throttle them in Week 4. Do you know who Denver opens with? Denver's first game of the season is kind of amazing for, I might want to get to that one just to see what it looks like. Denver opens with the Titans.
Okay.
Cam Ward's first ever NFL game is going to be against maybe the best defense in football. Nasty, nasty opener. Welcome to the league. If he does well, we'll see. Week 1's one of those times where we think we know everything, and then a team wins. The Saints scored 47 in Week 1 last year, and then, of course, we're terrible.
Remember, the Bills piled it on late also in that game against Denver.
That's right. It was a game in the third quarter.
3:06 left on the clock in the third quarter. So end of the third quarter, 3 minutes to go. The Bills had 4th down, and they were only up 13-7. Like, the third quarter was almost over.
Until Ty Johnson made that catch.
They had 13 points, and they were facing 4th down. But then the Ty Johnson catch, and then the Bills, they pull away after that. So I expect Denver to be the team that gives Kansas City the biggest run for their money. I mean, the Chargers could do it for sure, but I'm fried picking the Chargers every year to finally do it. I know, different coach. I actually like Herbert, but I don't know. I'm just demoralized by their efforts to actually challenge the Chiefs and fall short so many times. So does that seem right? That they, though, would be the second, even with all that being said, and there's good reasons to get there. There's no other team other than Jacksonville that's less likely to win their division, like the Eagles with the Commanders and the Cowboys there, or who else? The NFC South, Tampa would be probably that team.
Yeah, basically.
You'd have Tampa being more likely to win their division than Kansas City.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what they've got.
Tampa's loaded on offense.
803-0550. By now, you may or may not have seen the video of a person falling off a raft while revealing the Browns' helmet.
Okay, so you believe this could have been staged?
Yes.
Why?
Because here's the main reason.
It's not even like,
hold on,
the camera view is like from a distance.
It is from a distance.
It's not even.
It's of course being filmed, and everybody knows that.
They know for sure. Oh, it's an unveiling. So I guess
There are 2 reasons to think this thing is staged,
but they don't know that they're taping. Like,
they do.
The guy who's taping. What channel is that? Like a local news station? They know that there's a camera from like a mile away from a local news station pointed at them.
Before you ask these questions, I'd like to submit one piece of evidence.
Okay.
All right? I want you to go right now on your phone, of course, log into YouTube and subscribe and like and everything. But go to your phone and search the helmet reveal person falls in the water.
There's probably put it on the YouTube channel.
There's 2 pieces of evidence. Number 1, the person falling just straight walks, and they walk like they are walking, like when you're pretending to walk into a pool when you're jumping in a pool to, like, I don't know, just to mess around. But that's not the big piece. The big piece is, the way to not take this seriously, look who reacts first and goes over.
Okay, well,
it's a pair of mascots.
Well, they are the only 2 that are there.
But hold on. The first mascot does not, oh my goodness, they throw a device into the water.
A gentle toss.
There's just a PFD right there to be thrown by a mascot.
Well, what do you want?
What are the how many times in recorded history has a mascot thrown a personal flotation device to a person that has spontaneously fallen in the water? How many times in recorded history? They just, oh, look, it's Brownie the dog. He's got a PFD.
Okay.
Way to go, Brownie the dog.
Wait a minute. I've got a different view, and the mascots are definitely surprised by this. Have you seen this view?
Mascots are surprised by everything.
Have you seen this view from the back camera angle?
I got a new angle here. Oh, it's being filmed in HD. Yes, look at his reaction. Look at the dog's reaction. It's, oh my goodness, that is fake.
That he throws his hands out like, oh my goodness, my guy just fell in the water.
If your guy just fell in the water, you would not mascot react. And that's 100% a mascot reaction. He backs up and throws his hands to the sides. If you saw someone fall in the water spontaneously, you would immediately rush to them. Instead,
he's in a mascot suit. What do you think? He's not going to jump in the water with the. How is he possibly going to swim with all of that?
Your angle is more revealing of how fake this it was in a totally staged event. Totally staged.
Let me see how the old woman reacts. We can't really tell. She's off camera.
It's all about the dog. The dog. Why is the dog even looking? You're in a. Oh, even better. Have you ever? Sorry, we're going deep. I'm going deep.
He throws himself back against the like a 1930s sketch comedy. Like, oh.
If you have ever been in a mascot head, have you ever put a mascot's head on?
I have not.
You can't see. Think. You have no peripheral vision.
But that's what I mean. You want him with that to jump in the water?
No. I want you to watch it again.
All right.
Bring Gene Steratore out if you have to. You can only see straight ahead. And what is this mascot dog doing? He is watching him on purpose and turning to watch him fall to then immediately react and say, oh, my.
He's watching him on purpose. He's the guy that's recording them.
No.
He's looking at the camera.
Totally fake. Totally fake based on the dog mascot reaction. He
definitely is throwing himself back against the helmet with his hands out.
The only way that mascot would see him fall in the water is if he were looking for him to fall in the water, because you would not see the peripheral. He wouldn't see it. You can see nothing in a dog head costume. How many mascot heads have I put on my life? One. The head of Abner Doubleday. That's the only mascot head I've put on in my life.
Abner Doubleday.
Abner Doubleday, the Auburn Doubledays. You can't see anything.
What is the point, though, of throwing yourself off this thing when you're not even recording it yourself?
To go viral. That's the point.
But you are going viral. You've got a brown helmet. Unless that's what you're saying. Are they distracting people from how bad everyone's going to hate the helmet?
All right, we've got a good idea. Walter texts in, on the chat. The person to ask is Billy Buffalo. We'll go talk to Billy Buffalo.
Would you be?
Do you think you would see this unless you were looking? And this is a
listen. This guy's steps are pretty genuine. I think. He's reaching out. His foot's not dipping down like expecting to fall.
Oh yeah,
his foot is expecting concrete.
Just a person on a raft, not looking where they're walking, like everybody does when they're on a raft.
He's recording what's in front of him.
100% fake. That mascot gives a mascot reaction and not a human reaction.
The mascot, I can't get over
the mascot. He might as well say Gadzooks. Gadzooks. He's fallen. Totally fake. All right, we got to get a break in. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us and give us a take on Mascot Gate if you want that. Joe Brady at 9:15 here on WGR.
And I would say Hairston looking as good as he did was the most encouraging part of it, because you see the athleticism jump off the page pretty quickly.
For sure.
He got beat on one route by, I think maybe Samuel was the one who beat him off the line of scrimmage. And this is red zone. This is not, it took 40 yards for him to catch up. This is working within the 10-yard line. He got beat on the line of scrimmage, and by the time they got to the end zone, Harrison had caught up to him. You're not on 90% of corners in the league. Maybe that's 5 yards of separation and enough for the quarterback to find you. With this guy, it's by the time you reached the goal line, he already had recovered from the jump off the snap that he had lost. So you saw that. There were a couple plays where he jumped it. It almost looked like he jumped it too quick. Like he arrived too quick at the ball. It did remind me, and people are going to like this comparison. It's first day of training camp, and this can happen. A couple plays reminded me of McKelvin a little bit. Leotis McKelvin, who was a crazy athlete too, he never got better at this. He would always be in position to make a play, and he would never make the play. And there were like 2 plays yesterday where Hairston got there, and the ball just passed him, or he just didn't get his head around to it. But first day training camp for him, I mean, you would expect or hope that he can, be a guy that will make those plays.
Yeah, maybe the timing gets there. The thing about Hairston, I'm on the Hairston pick 6 watch for camp.
Oh, yeah.
It's a matter of time. Like the way that he is aggressive, predatory, whatever. I just feel like we're going to see that. All right, Jeremy and Joe, I've already convinced. You've conceded.
I mean, I have evidence that I cannot ignore. Cannot ignore.
Yeah, he swings his leg in a showman way. Apparently, he's got 25 million followers on TikTok. Although that could be a lie, and I would just believe that.
Who's Kevin Bacon in A Few Good Men? Jack. I'm Jack right now. After Tom Cruise has just gotten the admission out of Jack Nicholson, and he's sitting there.
Jack. His name is Jack.
What's the last name?
Captain Jack Ross.
Captain Jack Ross.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm Jack Ross sitting there with my hands folded right now after Colonel Jessup has just admitted to ordering the code red.
Yeah, the Browns helmet reveal fall in the lake video. It's fake. Well, it's a real video.
He's 25 million TikTok followers.
Staged. He
does goofball videos. What are the Browns doing hiring a TikToker to fall in the lake during their helmet unveiling? Not a serious organization.
That's right.
Not a serious organization.
All right, 803-0550. Stay tuned. When we get back, we're going to carry Joe Brady's press conference live. We'll give you our reaction to what he has to say, see what he has to say about, some of the new additions. Josh Palmer, Elijah Moore, how things went yesterday, what the game plan is going forward as we get ready for day 2 of camp. See if we get updates on Spencer Brown's timeline and Dawson Knox, those two missing yesterday, Cedric Van Pran Granger as well, and Laviska Shenault. So all 4 pieces that were out with an injury yesterday. We'll get maybe an update, see if there's any sort of timeline, but all 4 missing from Joe Brady's side of the ball. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher training camp here with the Buffalo Bills on WGR. I leave practice. I'm driving home. I'm listening to One Bills Live with Chris Brown and Steve Tasker, and I got here our observations, and they were exactly the same observations that I have. So it's almost like the thing that happened yesterday, I heard a lot of people commenting on. And a couple of those things were, one, Christian Benford looked awesome.
Whew.
And
every rep they took, it felt like Benford was dominating whoever he was covering.
Benford looked awesome. And I thought Max Hairston looked pretty awesome, too.
Yeah.
And Trey White looked good. The defense, if it's possible to get this kind of evaluation in day 1 of practice, the defense looked sticky, and Allen did not have easy windows to throw into. It's a red zone day. I also learned over the course of listening to One Bills Live that Sean McDermott and this offense, they often like to open up with a red zone day so guys aren't doing 50-yard sprints, right? You're just getting back into the swing of things, so let's get guys slowly ramped up. And red zone was the order of the day, and the defense looked sticky. So, was it day 1 of practice? Yes, but good day. It was a good day.
It seemed like a good day. It seemed like that's a position where the Bills, if you want to include the entire secondary, that group kind of let down the team last year.
Yeah.
In many spots. Remember the Rams game and the Lions game to a lesser extent, and then the playoff game against Kansas City. Like, there are big, notable games from last year where, you probably lost that game in part because your secondary couldn't do much outside of Christian Benford. And then in that Chief game, we saw what they looked like without Benford. And right now, the 2 guys that were at corner in that AFC Championship game are no longer on the team. And everybody yesterday, it's day 1, it's only red zone, looked pretty great. And I would say Hairston looking as good as he did was the most encouraging part of it, because you see the athleticism jump off the page pretty quickly.
For sure. For Brady, they engineered touches for Khalil Shakir in a great way. Shakir is undoubtedly a great yards after catch receiver, one of the best in the league. And with that, the Bills put him in positions to do that. Shakir's yards before catch, here's a number on Shakir. His yards before catch all year last year it's him and Wan'Dale Robinson is where it might have ended up. And the guys around them are running backs and tight ends.
Right.
Shakir gets almost like a running back in the slot kind of treatment or backfield treatment on an average depth of target, because the Bills know, listen, you can throw it 2.2 yards to this guy, and he's going to make a guy miss and get you some yardage. And he made huge plays down the field with yards after catch stuff. So will they start to do that with Coleman? As they look into last season, Joe, and break down the film and dig into the numbers, there's no doubt that they know, hey, you know who was great after the catch all year last year, even though we might be disappointed in other parts of his game? It's Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
So, all right, here's our Coleman yards after catch package. I feel like that's something that we could see a lot of this year once we get to the regular season.
Good morning, Bills. Training camp officially underway. Bills had 4 players sit out of practice yesterday due to injury. Tight end Dawson Knox with a hamstring injury. Tackle Spencer Brown with a back injury. Center Cedric Van Pran-Granger, a calf injury. And wide receiver Laviska Shenault with a lower leg strain. Bills running back James Cook was present and accounted for yesterday at practice. He took the field with the team despite their ongoing contract negotiations. Cook's rookie contract expires at the end of this season. Bills head coach Sean McDermott, GM Brandon Beane, and quarterback Josh Allen all spoke with the media yesterday, along with some other players as well. You can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your local Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported yesterday that free agent wide receiver Keenan Allen has garnered some interest around the NFL in recent weeks. The 33-year-old wide receiver had 744 yards and 7 touchdowns last season with the Bears. Giants head coach Brian Daboll confirmed Russell Wilson will be the starter for the team for now, but he did say that there could be some competition throughout camp with rookie Jackson Dart. Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski on his quarterback's battle said he was hoping to have the starting quarterback figured out early in camp. Former first-round pick Kenny Pickett started off with the starters yesterday at training camp. He's locked in a quarterback battle with Joe Flacco. And Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen said yesterday that star cornerback wide receiver Travis Hunter will be flip-flopping from offense to defense in the same practices this training camp. Hunter played both sides of the ball during his time with Colorado last season and was selected second overall by the Jaguars this past draft. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Well, you mentioned Palmer and Elijah. I mean, those are two good players, quality players that have been around the league a little bit. And it's funny, sometimes guys catch fire when they come here. And I'm looking forward to watching those two play real football now, not what was happening in the spring. They're two quality young men. I think they're going to be really good players for us, really good for our culture. They each bring a little bit of a different personality to the team, to the table, and the mix, and that's good for us as well.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, he spoke yesterday, the training camp opener press conference for McDermott. Coming up maybe about 10, 15 minutes, Joe Brady. We'll see what time he gets started. There are two dueling press conferences coming up here. We've got Governor Kathy Hochul, who will be near us in a press conference.
Like 20 feet to our right.
Yeah, 20 feet right here. There's a tent next to us. So that's going on. There's a little announcement about, I believe it is in conjunction with something Damar Hamlin has been doing as well. So the governor and Damar Hamlin working on AEDs and CPR and things like that, so we'll get you the latest on that. And then Joe Brady across the field where the Bills tend to do their press conferences coming up. At 9:15, we'll carry that one for you live. Joe Brady.
Still in awe that this Browns thing's fake. I'm just shaking it off still.
Yeah, it was indeed a staged event. I'm looking for – I just had something I was trying to track down for you, and I lost it for a moment.
I was looking for some potential trivia. We had Matt Beauvais on. Has a player named Josh ever caught a pass from Josh Allen? Because Josh Palmer will become the first. And Josh Allen has a touchdown on a Josh Allen pass.
True.
There really isn't much crossover on any one given name.
No?
No, there's not multiple Coles. There's not multiple Stephans.
You just want to go with did a player
Gabes.
You want to do yes or no? Play a quick game of has a player with this name caught a pass from Josh Allen?
All right.
Real touchdown, fake touchdown?
Has a player named Latavius ever caught a pass from Josh Allen?
The hardest thing will be whether or not the guy caught one. Like Latavius Murray, yes?
He did.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Latavius Murray.
Remember, actually, he caught that pass against Kansas City where he fumbled it and they let him.
They gave it to him.
They gave it to him.
Yep.
Has a player named Joe ever caught a pass from Josh Allen?
Joe. Has anyone named Joe caught a pass from Josh Allen? Joe. Is this an easy one? Should I get this? No.
It's an easy name.
No.
Correct. No one named Joe has ever done it.
No Joes.
How about a Jeremy?
Preseason 2? Jeremy Macklin. Wasn't there a flirtation with Jeremy Macklin?
No. Here?
Yeah. That's
Jeremy Macklin?
I think so.
Are you thinking of Jordan Matthews?
No, I'm thinking of Sean McDermott saying Jeremy's a great person, and it was because he was talking about Jeremy Macklin, who might have crossed over for a 5-minute training camp situation.
I am usually pretty good at guys that were here for Dominic Rhodes, Colts running back, was here at camp for a week.
Yep.
I do not remember. I don't think he ever was at a camp for the Bills.
We have the clip of McDermott saying Jeremy's a great person, and I'll leave it at that. I think he was talking about.
Sure, that's him.
I think he was talking about Jeremy Macklin.
It's not another. It's another Jeremy. Because either way, I don't have a Jeremy on this list. I have a Jameson.
All right,
but not a Jeremy. Jameson Crowder.
He retired in 2019. He was at the Ravens. Released by the Chiefs.
How about Matt?
Matt.
Has there ever been a Matt to catch a pass from the Bills, or from Josh Allen specifically? I should say.
Matt Breida.
Matt Breida. Good. 7. Not a lot. What are the craziest names? Ray is a name. Mm-hmm. First name, of course. Ray McLeod caught 4 passes from Josh Allen. You got a Lee Smith. How about
Jeremy Macklin took a free agent visit to Western New York in 2017.
Okay, free agent visit, but he didn't sign?
Sure, but the coach talked about him.
8 years ago.
So he did. he did not catch a pass from Josh.
Okay, gotcha.
Is it bad that it's day 2 of camp and you're asking me names of players that Josh has thrown touchdown passes
listen,
to?
This is a exercise in the Bills are as elite as any team I have ever seen at not having any drama. This team, James Cook has every reason to hold out right now and just not holding out. No one's ever held out. I heard Bean say yesterday that maybe they have an official count or qualification for what qualifies as a holdout, because he said that they never had a holdout
until TJ
Sanders, who missed a couple of workouts or practices. He's like, he just became our number 1, so we almost had a perfect score going. This doesn't even really count though. This team has not had any holdouts, contract drama, just nothing. It was like, in 8 years, Diggs didn't show up for a day of minicamp.
Right.
That is it.
And he did show up.
Right, he was in the facility.
And they told him to go home.
He just went home.
Yeah.
That is the extent of Bills drama at this time of year. I mean, imagine what life in Cincinnati is like. You got multiple guys at a time every year.
And Dallas, too. Yeah, these teams.
Dallas.
Yeah.
It's just constant. It's a yearly occurrence. You're expecting to talk about something that's going on that's related to all that stuff.
That McDermott clip might have been about Jeremy Curley, who did play for the Bills.
Aha, he started.
He did. Jeremy Curley played.
That would make more sense.
All right. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bills training camp today and practice number 2. Joe Brady will speak in about maybe 5 to 10 minutes. When that starts, we will carry that live for you here on WGR to hear from the Bills offensive coordinator entering his second season. One quick thing, I thought of this on the way in. I had the drive in this morning, and whenever training camp starts, Bills fans, we love to do the thing where we, hey, remember that guy? Hey, remember that guy? Mm-hmm. And it occurred to me, how old were you? How well did you know the Bills? How well do you remember the Greg Williams era? I had myself thinking about the Greg Williams era on the drive up here.
Very, I am. When is he fired? 2003?
3, I think so.
Okay, so I am 8 years old. Okay. So my very earliest faded memories of the Bills as a child, he's the coach, but there's not much. Really, Bledsoe is my first clear memories.
Yeah.
And Greg Williams is before that.
Because Greg Williams, we talk about the drought, and he's at the very, very beginning of it. And when it's Greg Williams, it's so far back. We remember Malarkey, Jaron, Chan, Rex Ryan.
Doug. Skipped over Doug there.
I know. But, man, Greg Williams was a special version of, all the way to the nth degree of cocky coordinator that came in. And I can remember playing the quotes. I'm producing for Coach Chuck Dickerson at that point, or maybe popping in for a fill-in role at that point. And it's Greg Williams saying, I know a little something about how to play defense. He predicted they were going to set the sack record. As a head coach just coming here, we're going to set the sack record this year. He was
the complete antithesis of everything they're doing right now.
That's back when you're doing 2-a-days. He's blasting the air hornet guys. He's a disciplinarian, the kind of coach that, looking back, can you believe that guy got bounced out of league for a year for a bounty scandal? Yes, I can.
I mean, it's almost hard to believe he coached as long as he did.
He coached for a long time.
He was a crazy person the entire time, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was, he was just so brash, and he was a lot like one of these coaches that, he can't believe his team's not winning, and he thinks it's not his fault. There's a game where they get beat by 40, and he's up there at the podium saying, we didn't execute. Imagine getting beat by 40 and saying, it wasn't my fault. Right. I did my job. That was the Greg Williams era. So, nuts. Just nuts.
Yeah, I'm reading Reddit posts right now about the Greg Williams era, and he often would blame players when things didn't go well. Huge disciplinarian.
Yep. Blamed players. That was the thing.
Blame players.
We didn't execute. I'm pretty sure they lost 35-10 to the Niners and said they didn't execute. 2001 in San Francisco.
Yep.
I mean, man, it was a time. We remember all these players, but geez, that guy. And who was his coordinator? Kevin Gilbride? think Kevin Gilbride's the offensive coordinator and Greg Williams is the defensive man.
That sounds right.
And Jerry Gray. Defensive coordinator Jerry Gray.
Bobby April was the special teams guy, probably.
Bobby April. What a time, Greg Williams.
Yeah. He has not coached in the NFL since 2020. In fact, do you remember? You might remember.
He called the
his
cover
final
zero blitz
play call,
for the Jets.
That was his final play call in the NFL ever.
Yeah.
Cover zero for the Jets, and everybody immediately assumed they were tanking. Right? Because they were in the number one spot for Trevor Lawrence. And they had it, and then cover zero blitz, Derek Carr throws a touchdown at the end of the game, and then they fired Williams, which was probably just a safe face because they probably were happy that they did that. Lost it anyway, though.
You know, it's striking me that there's an irony in when a team is really bad, you talk about the good old days.
Yeah.
And then when a team is really good, sometimes you like to talk about the bad old days.
And it's like, can you believe we did that?
Yeah, like,
can you believe
we all went through that? And
when Rex ate a dog biscuit, like, can you remember
that happened?
This?
He did that. He ate a dog biscuit at training camp. That was nuts.
2 coaches have quit.
All right, Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady beginning his chat with the media. Here it comes.
Advantages of, or maybe challenges of having most of your offense back?
I mean, there's way more advantages than challenges, but I think we have a good group of guys we talked about in the spring where we kind of just start over. So regardless of, it could be 11 new guys or 11, guys that have been here for, 5-10 years, we try to have the same approach, the same mindset. Like, we haven't earned anything right now. And so just taking it day by day, but you love it when you know some of your guys, and it gives you an opportunity right now to continue to grow their game, not just say, hey, this is just what we did last year. At the same time, then you get some new guys in here that you get a little more hands-on and trying to see how they can kind of work together in your bunch.
What about the hat? I just noticed.
Yeah, it's look, we made some hats. Guys made some hats last year, and so you go away to training camp, you always get some things, whether it's shirts or hats and whatever. So we went with the hats this year, man. So guys are always about it.
Sorry, from your standpoint, what do Elijah and Josh Palmer specifically bring as a skill set to the offense?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now training camp, that's part of the process of seeing that out. Like, God bless you. We have clearly a vision for, when we bring them here of what we think it's going to look like, but sometimes that's just a mindset of, hey, what they've shown on tape or the skill set that we think they have, and now it's an opportunity right now to put them in different positions. And it's our job to not necessarily ask guys to do something that they can't do, but right now we're in the process of figuring that out. And just because something might go out there today and, it might not look great doesn't mean something they can't do, right? We're working through it. We're going to stay after, talk with Josh, the body language, just continue working with things. And that doesn't mean, hey, once we get to the season, we might not do it, So we're just in the process of just trying to figure that all out right now.
Hey, Joe, with Spencer out, Tylen gets an opportunity to work with the starters. What is it about him that you guys liked last year as a rookie, and what have you seen, from him this offseason leading into camp now?
Well, he's extremely athletic, which is, look, he was a high school quarterback and, moved around, so you can see how cerebral he is, and you get that athleticism. And so it was a guy that, you're trying to get a feel of, is he a guard, is he a tackle going through it, and, he brings such versatility to being able to play, 4 spots. And, look, he took advantage of all the reps last year. We got 2 veteran tackles, so it allows him to get a lot of reps in the walkthroughs. And obviously, I'd love to have Spencer out there, but a guy like Graves, him getting as many reps as possible right now is just great for him, and he's embraced it, and excited to see him compete right now.
He dealt with the injury last year, but when he was able to get back from that, you guys entrusted him in that swing tackle role, which is a pretty big one. For a rookie to kind of take that on, what did that say about how maybe cerebral, as you just said there, that he was able to pick it up and you guys could put him in a role where you trusted him like that?
Yeah, look, Sean and Brandon, they do an incredible job of, the character of the guys that we're bringing in here. And, fortunate, we don't care what round they come in. You come in here, you have opportunity to compete, and he made the most of his opportunities. And even when he was hurt, making sure he's taking advantage of the mental elements of the game, so that when you come back into it, it's hard playing football and not getting the reps and still feeling like you got it. But it was really cool to see a guy take advantage of it and then have that opportunity in the last regular season game to kind of go in there. And that's a lot for a rookie to not play and to not get a lot of practicing in. It kind of speaks volumes to kind of who he is, his mindset, his approach. Obviously, you guys know how I feel about the O-line coaching room, but speaking more of his character, it showed everything last year.
What do you need to see from Ray Davis this year, taking that jump to year 2? He got some good work in last year.
James' situation moving down the road, Ray's in a position here? What do you need to see from him?
Yeah, look, I try to not set like, hey, this is what you have to be this year. This is what you have to do this to be able to launch this into next year. Right now, it's like, hey, just execute what we're asking you to do right now. We might put some more on his plate, but the biggest thing I always see from a rookie from one year to the next is just the communication, the comfort level. This is his second time going through training camp. Him understanding that, feeling more comfortable to talk to the offensive line. How'd you guys see that block? Hey, was I patient enough with that? Whereas a rookie, look, you're just, at the end of the day, you're getting the hose, sprayed on your face, trying to just get through. And so I'm just trying to see that just his comfort level and his approach and mindset and understanding of, I'm not just running an offensive play. I'm understanding the scheme. I'm understanding how the defense is kind of playing it, and then how that's all going to kind of work together.
How do you anticipate how defenses are going to attack you guys differently, just given your success, and just, I guess, planning on different types of wrinkles that you could throw in to keep people off guard, just given how much they've probably been watching what you guys did last year and how it led to your success?
Well, look, I think every year, regardless of if you have success or not, you have to evolve your game. You can be the number one offense in the league, and people are going to study the number one offense. And if you just try to just take that playbook and just repeat it the next year, you're not going to have the same success. Or if you are, you're playing the odds right there. And so a big thing for us this offseason is, hey, what were we good at? All right, how did teams attack us? We have to continue to improve on that. We can't just be like, hey, we were good with that, we'll be good with that next year. But we have to find ways to get better. And we obviously weren't good enough last year. And so hey, is there some motions that we can mess with, some pass schemes? We got some new players. What are some concepts that we didn't run last year? Can we do it now? And so that's part of what training camp is we have a bigger menu that will go in than we will in the season. But hey, let's experiment right now. Let's try to get it. And then as we get a little tighter, it's like, hey, we got to figure out kind of who we're going to be. And I'm not really right now concerned with how teams are going to attack us, more so just focusing on us just installing the system and kind of going from there.
Joe, in addition to experimenting with stuff right now, how are offensive players involved in those conversations?
Largely, like, you guys know how I am. Like, the communication element to me is huge. It's critical. It's not my offense, it's their offense. They make it go. And if I just try to say, hey, everything is just so black and white, this is the only way to do it, and don't get their feedback, sometimes as coaches we can draw things on the board and it sounds like a great idea, but can they actually do that? It's like, if I'm offense lineman, it's like, you got to see that guy and that guy. Like, how do you do that? And so sometimes it's asking for their feedback. Doesn't necessarily mean every single time they say something we're doing that, but it's that dialogue and that comfortableness. We want to empower them, right? We want to give them ownership, and if we do that, we feel like they'll take and kind of run with it. So part of as we go is that communication. The less I'm talking in meetings, the better, right? When the quarterbacks and the receivers are having the meetings and they're the ones communicating, that's when it's going to be the offense that we ultimately want to be.
I remember last year at this time we were talking about Khalil being the only receiver that had caught passes from Josh Allen in previous seasons, and I know you got Josh and Elijah in the mix now, but you're bringing back a lot of continuity in that room from an offensive coordinator perspective. How much more comfortable do you feel with having a handle on that group and what they do well and how to position them to have success?
Look, I think as a coordinator, you can't allow yourself to ever be comfortable, in a sense of, look, we had Keon came back. He was a rookie last year. How can we evolve his game and figure out what he can do differently than we had last year? So we have Khalil back. There's a lot of, with the new, we kind of have the same approach as we had last year. Like, I have to get a feel of how Joshua Palmer, how LV, how Elijah Moore, like how these guys run the routes, how they can kind of intertwine into kind of who we are as an offense, and then mix that with the Khalils of the world, the Keons, our tight ends, running backs. So there's a level of like, hey, I understand kind of who some of these guys are, but I don't want to just pigeonhole them and say, hey, Keon couldn't do this last year, so he's not going to be able to do that this year. So I'm still trying to just not allow yourself to get comfortable, both them and us.
How do you view the quarterback behind Josh, like as camp's getting underway and with three guys behind him? Like, how do you look at splitting up those limited snaps that they have?
Yeah, look, the QB room is critical. Everybody always talk. We have Josh Allen, and don't get me wrong, he's a big reason why I'm sitting right here is because of Josh Allen, and he makes all of our lives easy. But the QB room in general there's so many nuances to it, and how close they are, how much they compete, but how much they help each other out. Josh does a great job, but from the top to the bottom, no matter who's getting the reps, they're just talking in the room. They all feel like they have a voice. They were all back last year, and just seeing how the room was, just preparing for a game week. Like, just because Josh is taking all the reps in practice and playing, having three other guys in the room helping throughout the week of watching tape and doing all that, that's so huge to the room. Look, it's hard getting four reps. It's the reality. It's hard just, with the amount of reps that you get in practice. But we have to take advantage of after practice, staying after, kind of getting as much as we can. The walkthroughs, part of being the quarterback is the cerebral, is the mental element, and getting as much as you can, because look, you might not get a lot of reps in practice, but come preseason, we're going to need you to play. And so it makes it a little tough, but I love where they're at. I love their mindset, and we're throwing a lot on their plates, and just see who can handle it and how they respond. With different wide receivers, different running backs in the game, a different center. There's a lot to that, and I love the type of guys we have in that room.
Keon was very blunt. I gave a blunt self-assessment when we talked to him back in June. What is on the line for him, or how have you seen him respond to being motivated to improve on what some of the things he needed to improve on this heading into his second season?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think when you say what's on, to me, it's no different. The same thing that Josh Allen is trying to prove this year is the same thing that Keon Coleman and James Cook and Connor, everybody has it. There's no I think if you ever get comfortable in the NFL, it's I made it, I'm good. Issues are going to happen. Keon's his hardest critic, right? And I love that about him. So I don't want to pigeonhole him to say hey, this is what he has to do, and if he doesn't do this, he's not taking a step. I have so much confidence in Keon. Maybe I'm clearly higher on how Keon played last year based off some of the questions I've gotten. But I love his approach, his mindset. He goes out there again. Once the pads come on, that's when I believe truly wide receiver play happens. The physicality element, when DBs have their hands on you, being able to make the plays. But I love Keon's approach. He's one of the smartest wide receivers we have. And I'm excited as training camp kind of progresses to see him just continue to evolve and see his dialogue with Josh and them understanding, hey, this is how I'm going to throw you the ball different than it might be if I'm throwing it to Curtis Samuel or Elijah Moore, those type of things.
Joe, with all the depth in the wide receiver room, how does a guy like Caden Prather make an impression?
I mean, it's tough right now. You're a rookie coming in. It's man, I want to get reps with Josh Allen. I want to throw with the starting quarterback, but the reality of it is really tough. I try to tell the guys it doesn't matter what group you're going with, who's throwing you the ball, who's in the huddle. Just take advantage of your opportunities. The rest will take care of itself. And again, I speak to the character. We have an opportunity to get him in the 7th round. Has a lot of talent, a lot of developmental skills. To him, it's the biggest thing is just getting as many reps as he possibly can right now. And no one wants it, but you want them to kind of make mistakes because they learn from the mistakes. They see it. They all want to be perfect. A rookie wants to be perfect, and I only get 6 snaps. I got to be perfect, and then all. It's you make the mistakes, you talk through it, you get the coaching. And just seeing how they respond to it, that's the biggest thing for me.
Joe, what does it say about James given his situation that he's here, fully participating yesterday, and just being with the team?
I mean, that's James Cook. James is a football player. When you roll the ball out, he wants to play ball. All the other stuff kind of takes care of itself, and I understand it's the business element that's bigger than me. But when he's here with his teammates and he has to be here, man, he's as locked in, as dialed in. You saw the way that he played last year, and how can we continue to evolve his game and be better? And he takes that on. He's laughing with the guys, so there's no difference. There was never a doubt the way he would kind of approach it, show up, and kind of go with it. And I'm excited to have him both for another year for sure.
Joel, when you look at your own approach to training camp, what feels like the biggest difference from right now to this time last year? I try to start over. If I'm asking our guys to start over, I'm trying to do the same thing. I've been through the meetings maybe a little different, where last year it was hey, today, hey, when do we have unit meetings? So I have, at least I understand the schedule of how we're kind of going with it, but I have to continue to improve. I have to have the same mindset. So I know it sounds like coach talk or maybe press conference speak, but that's kind of how I embody myself of I have to find ways to improve. So it's a completely new year for me, and I try to kind of have the approach today, hey, it's completely different than last year, install 2, and not care about the results, kind of surrender it, just bring the energy, drive the energy, create clarity, and everything else will take care of itself. When you're looking for those ways to improve, is that self-reflection? Is that getting feedback from other people? Where are you trying to start that process of figuring out where to get better?
I mean, I think you always, the first and foremost, you start with yourself. If you're not willing to look at yourself and think that you have to improve, you're probably not going to take feedback from anybody else. And so, I'm always going to be my hardest critic, but I value the opinions of others. And so I always want, I'm big in the staff rooms and meeting rooms, hey, is this the best way? Is this the way we need to do this? Hey, making sure we're all on the same page. We have a group of players and a group of coaches that feel comfortable, if I'm going to show my vulnerability, that feel comfortable having the connection and saying, hey, if Joe's asking, let's talk through it. And I don't think you improve unless you have that.
What
Joe.
do you see from
2 more for Joe.
Just in terms of last year dealing with the injuries, what's kind of been his approach I think I think I spoke about it in OTAs. Like Dalton, from the season ending to here, he was in the building every single day, working out, doing what he has to do, both in rehab, but also just continuing to be able to play a full season in the NFL. And he has such a unique skill set that is so valuable to us. And you guys all know, when healthy, what he brings to our offense. And so it's. You see a little bit of it yesterday. It's so exciting to be able to get him back on the football field and be able to throw him the ball and getting Josh on the same page with him again. He's a huge component to who we are, and his work ethic in the off season. Obviously, we're only day 2 in, but I'm excited to really see it kind of progress. Where, if you guys remember training camp last year, he was obviously probably our best football player, and so I'm excited for him. Not setting expectations, not setting, hey, he has to do this, he has to do that. I just want him to be Dalton Kincaid and trust that I'll put him in a position to have success, and he'll make the most of it.
And this is specific to James Cook, but from an overall running back level around the NFL, there seemed to, when Derrick Henry can change teams and Saquon Barkley can change teams, and there seems to be a perception that running backs are undervalued around the NFL. What's your thoughts on that when it comes to that?
Well, I think it's one, you have to define what value is, and value in every organization and every team, and I can't speak for them, might view certain position groups differently. Some teams might view a big, powerful left guard differently than some teams want the undersized guy that might be able to run wide zone. Some teams, view it as, hey, we need to invest everything in one wide receiver. Some like to spread it out. So it's like, I don't think there's any, set way, and every organization is a little different. We obviously value the running back room. You can see how much we utilized all 3 of those guys last year. It's extremely important to us for our success, and fortunately we have a bunch of the guys in those room that kind of embody that, and I'm excited to see them kind of roll this year. Thanks, guys.
That is Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady. The sun has arrived. It's actually here earlier, but
it's arrived for you.
Yeah, for me.
I've got another 5 minutes.
I've got the lens flare on the camera. It's really beautiful and artistic. Yeah, you can watch our stream on YouTube. You can, of course, listen. Download the app, the Odyssey app. Listen to WGR 550 on the radio. Watch us on the stream. Joe Brady right there. Some interesting things about Keon Coleman, among others. Mm-hmm. We're going to break in. Something we heard from that.
Also, when we come back, I've got the first player that I've seen that Hard Knocks will be featuring.
Excellent. We'll tell you who that is. Also, we're going to talk to the director of Hard Knocks on Monday at 8 o'clock. So ahead of the first episode, we'll get maybe a sneak peek on how the process all works. It's going to be Monday from training camp as we're here throughout here on WGR. Day 2 of training camp today. We'll hear from Joe Brady at 9:15. He'll go for his opening press conference. It's funny. This is a reminder that when training camp starts, it's the Bills against the Bills.
Yep.
So if Christian Benford and Max Hairston have a good day, that means the receivers they were covering did not necessarily have a good day. And I saw a little bit Matt Perino, who's over here with us as well. He wrote up about Keon Coleman. I had the same kind of observation that Coleman, there are a couple times where they were not breadbasket drops, but they're contested catch drops. And there's a lot riding on him this year and what he can do in year 2. And I thought, not the best start, of course, long way to go, but he had some trouble yesterday in some contested catches.
Yeah, I agree, but I also wonder if a player like that, if he needs to be seen with the pads on and with more contact, because that is his area of expertise, like, I'm going to bully you there. You would think that would also translate to when they're not wearing pads, but I wonder how physical he wants to get in those settings. I'm not trying to give him a pass or anything. I think there's 2 big X factors for the Bills. Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman going into the season, and what they get out of those guys I think will tell us a lot about how this season is. So far, I think Dalton Kincaid has had a good summer. I think his mandatory minicamp was strong, and I think he had a good first day of camp. Mm-hmm. Keon Coleman, I didn't notice it as a bad day. I certainly didn't notice it as a good day, but I also do think until we get to day 4, which is usually when they put the pads on, that's when I want to try and start seeing which players look good, which players struggle.
I think If he doesn't pay this running back, people will say he won't pay running backs. But he's got a number here. Cook's making $5 million, and the zero RB strategists, not just the fantasy football level, but in the NFL level, would tell you you never need to pay anybody at that position. And I bet he would. I bet he would pay a running back that he says is a stud, great teammate, warrior, dog, his coach loves, is an explosive player. And I also want to say, anybody trying to tell me about touchdown regression, I'm not buying it. Not that I'm not buying that there's not going to be regression. I don't think Cook should get paid on the touchdowns.
Yeah.
I think what Cook should get paid on, if he does, is being a top 10 back in yards over expected for consecutive seasons.
Yeah.
That, if you were to look for anything to pay a running back based on, would you do that? Well, he doesn't play all 3 downs. Okay. You want to pay a guy that plays all 3 downs but isn't actually good? That's kind of Kyron Williams, if you want to do that. So I think the needle for me moved a little bit more towards Bean and Cook and their sides having open lines of communication rather than just some Cold War where it's never going to get done.
I think it could just be, though, window dressing to make the guy feel like he's valued. And feel like even to show him, to keep him happy, to keep him on the field, to make him feel like you're valued to the organization that, oh, I would pay you. Like, I would want you back. Even if your ideology as a GM and how you build a team would say, I don't want to give this guy $12 million a year. I don't think that with a quarterback contract like I have, and I'm going to have a lot of void year money next year. I saw yesterday the Bills have $30 million just in void year cap hits next year. Guys that like Milano and Joey Bosa and McGovern, they can extend some of those guys. But do they want to be throwing another $12 million at a position where, again, like the only evidence I have in 7 years with this guy as the general manager that they would pay a running back is him saying yesterday that I would like to have James Cook back next year.
I think every year, regardless of if you have success or not, you have to evolve your game. You can be the number one offense in the league, and people are going to study the number one offense. And if you just try to just take that playbook and just repeat it the next year, you're not going to have the same success. Or if you are, you're playing the odds right there. And so a big thing for us this offseason is, hey, what were we good at? How did teams attack us? We have to continue to improve on that. We can't just be like, hey, we were good with that. We'll be good with that next year. But we have to find ways to get better. And we obviously weren't good enough last year. And it's, hey, is there some motions that we can mess with, some pass schemes? We got some new players. What are some concepts that we didn't run last year? Can we do it now?
Well, Mr. Joe Brady with exactly what you should say about an offense that was great. Sure, it was great. Wasn't good enough because we didn't win. Maybe there's some things we could do better. Maybe we need some better players.
I think you said absolutely we can get better. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that from Mr. Joe Brady, who we expect to talk to on Monday. Joe Brady also wearing an Everybody Eats hat.
Yeah. I have one problem with his Everybody Eats hat. And it's not that he has an Everybody Eats hat.
Is it that it's a khaki hat?
Nope.
What is it?
It's that it says EST 2024. I am annoyed by the assertion that Everybody Eats as a concept was created last year when they had offenses in 2020, 2021, and maybe less so 2022. But those first 2 years of Diggs, Beasley, and Brown,
everybody ate.
Everybody ate.
Yeah, they threw it everywhere.
It should say EST 2020.
It should not even say. Well, whatever. The use of it as a rallying call established 2024. There are also lots of teams that do it, like the Eagles do that too. Anyway, love that from Brady on having a great offense. Like, congratulations, work harder. That's really what his message. You were number one last year. Congratulations, it's this year. Like, the Lions were number one last year in offense. The Bills were number two. Congratulations, work harder. Like, I think I had said a couple times coming into camp, what will the message be about camp, about the year? And I like that from Brady quite a bit. He also defended Keon Coleman a little bit, talking about his intelligence, his work ethic. He said, I'm a little higher on Coleman than I think a lot of people based on some of the questions I've been getting.
Yep.
And, people are going to ask questions about Coleman in part because the Bills are not using him the way that the general scouting community thinks he would be best used.
Right.
So as long as that's happening, I think you're going to get those questions, and you might not even see the best version of Coleman himself, but can the Bills turn that into, the number one offense and being as good as they can? Those things don't have to be at odds.
Right. So there is some breaking news in the NFL. The Jets are practicing early this morning, and Justin Fields carted off practice, and they ended practice for the offense for the day. There are more details in the last minute. The Jets were running through team drills. Fields went down, stood back up, sat down again, limped off the field very gingerly to the trainer's table where they were working on, it looked like his right foot and ankle area.
Okay.
And then he couldn't walk from the table, so they had to cart him to the locker room.
Okay, so.
And everybody in the Jets world is freaking out about the potential of it being something Achilles related.
I'm glad this happened in day 2 because it is important to remember it is cart season.
Fields, carted off isn't what it used to
That's
be.
right.
Yeah,
Fields are sometimes far away.
Right.
Like, oh, you're limping. Why don't we just drive you there?
Significant limp, though, I will say.
Okay.
This one says significant limp.
Okay.
No, you're right, though. You're right. Sometimes just walking gingerly, whatever, just let's take the cart. This one, though, most of the Jets reporters that I'm seeing are like, this one doesn't look good.
Okay.
But coach will talk after. Could end up being not as bad. Or, again, Aaron Rodgers limped off the field with an Achilles injury. And I think that's probably why Jets people are fearing it, because they just saw their starting quarterback 2 years ago limp off the field, and then he was done for the season. Their backup, by the way, is Tyrod Taylor still, if you're wondering.
Oh, watch Joe become a Jets fan before your eyes.
No, he's
before
Jets fan.
Your very eyes.
But listen, I'm just saying, watch out.
You'll have a Tyrod jersey by the end of the week.
No, I can't get a Jets jersey.
No.
Their jerseys stink.
That's right.
They've never had good jerseys.
You know what stinks about the Jets? The Jets font stinks.
Like the Jet J?
The font looks like it's stuck in a, I don't know.
It looks like it's a plane. It's like a plane, right?
It's bad. It's a bad font.
Is it worse than the new Packer helmets?
The new Packer helmets,
if
you haven't seen those. The new Packer helmets are, what if you played Madden and picked leather helmets to wear, and they painted leather helmets on a helmet? That's the new Packers helmet, which is,
I think they actually look pretty good. I think they look sharp when they're on the players.
Okay, but there's
when
a problem.
See them without the players, I feel like for some reason I don't like
There's
them
one
as much,
problem.
What?
The Packers don't own the rights to leather helmets.
I know.
They're saying, we're old. We get it. But
if
any team can wear those.
Okay, then wear them. Anybody go? Could the Bills wear them?
Sure.
They had leather helmets, right? But does anybody have claim to historic and old stuff more than Green Bay? I mean, they are, I
mean, the Giants wore, like, leather-colored pants.
The Giants kind of wore – the Giants probably had, like, a colored leather helmet, didn't they? Isn't that kind of what their throwback was last year?
Yeah, kind of.
Or the Steelers. The Steelers might have had yellow leather helmets.
Right.
Did they color leather? Did everybody color leather, or was it just like was everyone wearing the brown leather?
You know what?
I don't know.
It's a great question.
The Packers also wore, with Rodgers, their quarterback, years ago, a similar throwback.
Yeah.
But they didn't have the texture on it, and these ones look way better.
Well, technology is advanced to a state to make it look like the helmet's leather now, I suppose.
I guess. So I'm into them.
All right. 803-0550. Fields carted off the field.
Significant limp, right foot ankle injury.
Would they trade for a quarterback? Or, wait, Tyrod Taylor has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever.
Win the division?
Break the 2 longest droughts in NFL history. Right? I don't know if they're the 2 longest. But what if he broke the Jets drought?
He would be.
Let's make a deal.
He would have to be nicknamed Drought Breaker.
Let's make a deal right now. If Tyrod is the starter and gets the Jets to the playoffs, he goes to Canton.
Oh, goes to Canton. I was going to say put him on the Sabres.
Put him in the Hall. sign him to the Sabres. That's funny. Tyrod. Would they trade for a quarterback? Cousins? We got a break.
Cousins or Tannehill? Those guys aren't. Those guys
still active?
I don't know where he is. He didn't play last year, right? Those guys are not better than good enough better than Tyrod to warrant trading for him.
Yes, they are.
They are?
Yes, they are.
Cousins could not move last year.
He's better than Tyrod by
right
a lot.
now?
Yes.
I don't know if I agree with that.
100% yes.
Cousins stunk last year.
He's better than Tyrod.
I'm not sure about that.
Tyrod's 8 years older from what you remember.
Tyrod can move.
All right, break time. Extendo Sports and the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up on WGR. I leave practice. I'm driving home. I'm listening to One Bills Live with Chris Brown and Steve Tasker, and I got here our observations, and they were exactly the same observations that I have. So it's almost like the thing that happened yesterday, I heard a lot of people commenting on. And a couple of those things were, one, Christian Benford looked awesome.
Whew.
And
every rep they took, it felt like Benford was dominating whoever he was covering.
Benford looked awesome. And I thought Max Hairston looked pretty awesome, too.
Yeah.
And Trey White looked good. The defense, if it's possible to get this kind of evaluation in day one of practice, the defense looked sticky, and Allen did not have easy windows to throw into. It's a red zone day. I also learned over the course of listening to One Bills Live that Sean McDermott and this offense, they often, or this team, they often like to open up with a red zone day so guys aren't doing 50-yard sprints, right? You're just getting back into the swing of things, so let's get guys slowly ramped up. And red zone was the order of the day, and the defense looked sticky. So, was it day one of practice? Yes, but good day. It was a good day.
It seemed like a good day. It seemed like that's a position where the Bills, I mean, if you want to include the entire secondary, that group kind of let down the team last year.
Yeah.
In many spots. I mean, remember the Rams game and the Lions game to a lesser extent, and then the playoff game against Kansas City. Like, there are big, notable games from last year where, you probably lost that game in part because your secondary couldn't do much outside of Christian Benford. And then in that Chief game, we saw what they looked like without Benford. And right now, the two guys that were at corner in that AFC Championship game, are no longer on the team. And everybody yesterday, it's day one, it's only red zone, looked pretty great. And I would say Hairston looking as good as he did was the most encouraging part of it, because you see the athleticism like jump off the page pretty quickly.
For sure.
Like he got
All right. Wrapping things up here. My computer crashed, maybe because of the heat.
I think
don't
it's
know.
because the sun is burning your laptop alive. It is hot.
It's warm here at
You
St.
are
John
golfing
Fisher.
in this today?
I will be golfing this
This
afternoon,
is
yeah.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Good luck with you on that.
Yeah, well, do the best I can. Hey, a quick thing that also happened today while we were here. There was a press conference with the governor. Governor Kathy Hochul was here, along with State Senator April Baskin. And in conjunction with those two, Deisha Sanders' family and Damar Hamlin and other officials, there's a law now. Deisha's law, a bill authorized that will require public schools across New York State to provide cardiac arrest training and a cardiac emergency response plan in order to access AEDs to be used for students, because April Baskin's cousin died suffering cardiac arrest. An AED was on the premises, but there were no clear protocols on how to access the device. So as part of that, it's not enough just to have an AED. You also, in a public school and all that, have to have a cardiac arrest training plan and a response plan. So news today to, protect kids. I mean, good idea. I'm into it.
Yeah.
So that happened over about 10 feet from us. We were just working through it.
We were just talking over here about
that's the kind of
people
focus
that Allen's throwing passes to.
That's the kind of focus.
And Greg Williams. We were yelling about Greg Williams while they were doing a very important press conference.
I almost dropped the Kendrick Office reference while there was a press conference from the governor going on.
Who's that?
How about that Kendrick Office? Kendrick Office, he was a Bills draft pick that I think got one sack in the game. You got to look up this game the Bills lost to the Niners.
Kendrick Office.
Yes, because after that game, Greg Williams, one of the greatest quotes of all time, said, "I thought Brian Moorman punted the ball really well," because that's all the Bills did that day.
Sounds like a lot. Like a lot of the drought.
It really happened where a coach said, "I thought Brian Moorman punted the ball well."
The coach is saying that.
And then he also said, "How about that Kendrick Office? Because maybe he got a sack or something." I don't know. There was who knows.
Wild. Kendrick Office. He had 2 sacks in his first game ever for the Bills. He had 1 sack the rest of his career. 2 in his first game, 1 rest of career.
How about that Kendrick Office? So he's like the Steve Bernier of the Bills.
Yes. Yeah, look at his debut. 2 sacks, 7 tackles.
Against who?
They lost 21-11 to New England.
Oof.
In 2001.
Not going to remember that one.
That's a Patriot. That's a Brady. Oh, it's Bledsoe. Brady's not in yet.
That's in New England?
Yep. 0-1, Foxborough.
Like an opener or just his first game? Not an opener.
No, that's his first game, I guess.
Okay.
So week 8.
So they lost. How about that Kendrick Office?
Antoine Smith had 2 touchdowns for the Patriots, including a 42-yarder. Alex Van Pelt threw a touchdown to Peerless Price.
Nothing.
Jake Arians kicked a field goal for the Bills. I've never heard of that person.
All right, I have. All right, we got to go. Joe's back here tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow, so I'll check in on Monday.
Me and Sal tomorrow morning.
You and Sal tomorrow here from training camp at St. John Fisher. Stay tuned. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.